Okay, here we go, guys. Welcome to the live. Happy Thursday. It's my Friday. Got my 2 days off now.
Yes.
Anyways, hope you guys are having a great day. It's nice and sunny here, and well, I live in the Langley area, so for anyone new watching, me and Charmaine are both out of Canada here. Charmaine, she's hopping over. She's in Alberta time now, so she had gone a few days ago there. Had to take that long drive. Then you got Charmaine. When you were on that drive, though, you had to. What was the road closed, and then you had to like frick go up to
Yeah.
Calgary.
So
Yeah,
the so there's a lot of wildfires in Alberta. So I'm focused on Alberta highways and making sure I have a route to get to where I need to go. Didn't even
yeah,
occur to me to check BC. So I'm serious. I drove a solid 5 hours and got turned around just about an hour from the BC border. Had to
yeah.
go all the way back and figure out another way to get down to Calgary, which is about a 7 hour detour. So
Hmm.
I'm a full day behind my schedule. So I'm leaving tomorrow to go see my grandbabies,
Yeah.
and I'll be back in BC Tuesday.
You gonna be back in BC Tuesday?
Yeah.
Yeah. One of these days, we're actually gonna meet in real. You know, it's
Oh,
like
for sure.
we live close, but it's like I don't really go have to go up that way at all unless it would be for a purpose, and other than that, and you don't really need to come down this way, but yet we're how far are we again if you're in Shusha up there?
4 hours.
It's not bad. That's not
And I
horrible.
know that there is a trip planned to the island, and I don't have to go to the island. I could stop in Langley for the day, so it's probably
Yeah. So I hope you guys, like I said, are having a good day. Thank you guys all for joining us today. As you know, we're going to be going through the text and of Malehya with Belinda and Malehya, the day of the search. I think there's a couple messages after that as well. But anyways, we'll get into that part in just a second. So again, you guys, Lily and Jack disappeared May 2nd. It's been over a month now. It's June 5th, and it's a devastating case. Before we get into the case of Jack and Lily, I just want to say um, I don't even know that I can talk about that case, to be honest, without freaking wanting to well up about those three girls by their dad who took their
yeah.
lives.
That's
Um,
insanity. That's like Chris Dorman all over again, except this guy
Yeah,
ran
you're
away.
right.
This guy
Yeah,
ran.
same thing. You know, I just, all that goes through my head is his mother, her children, just
Mm,
gone, just gone.
yeah.
Um, the Flora fires, four beautiful girls, gone. Chris Dorman, I can't remember how many. I think there was four, right, in that case as well.
Three.
Was was it three or four? Okay, because it's been a while. And again, just gone. And I
There's a
just,
lot different with this one though, because he had just gotten supervised visitation rights because he
yeah,
was homeless. He was camping, and this was his first ever supervised visit, and
yeah.
he
Just
wasn't supposed to have them overnight or after dark or something, and only
yeah,
for a
yeah.
few hours. And
Okay. I know. It's just like you guys know, just like Jack and Lily here, to sit there and stare at these three beautiful girls. All you can think about is the fun that as their pictures are put up, and just, they're so innocent. How can I say that anymore, right? These beautiful girls that are just so innocent, and so many lives are now destroyed because of one man's actions.
Mhm.
Um, anyways, what a POS that guy is, obviously, like you said, oh, it's just, you know what? If you're gonna do that, take your own life with you. Sorry, but take your own life, you coward.
Just do it to
Sit there.
yourself. Leave your kids alone, and hopefully they catch this guy
Yeah,
before he hurts anybody else. But I
yeah.
mean, I honestly think he's probably done himself in
I
anyways,
was gonna
unless he
say,
stole a video or unless he stole another vehicle or something.
you're
But
right.
still, like, where would he be? You know what I
Yeah,
mean? I
yeah.
don't know. I hope they catch him, and I hope he gets the firing squad. I really do.
I almost think he's gonna be like, what was that one case too, where they were looking for the child and the father acted like, of course, he didn't do it, and then they ended up finding the child type of thing, and then he took his own life. Like, and and so I kind of get the same feeling now that I think about it. It's taking me 1 second to think about it because I hadn't really thought about it too much because I've been busy with everything else besides just seeing the case and stuff and watching a little bit of what was happening. I know that they did a press conference and stuff like that, but honestly, it won't shock me if they actually find him somewhere in those woods and he did take his own life or something. It won't shock me. Actually, you know what, dude? Please, actually, be living because I want you to suffer every day behind bars, dropping soap bars all day, and taking it up the what. Because honestly, I feel like honestly taking your own life, that's like the easy way out. It's like the easy way out.
Yeah.
So in
And he
my
is an experienced survivalist. He was in the military.
yeah, yeah,
So they think he could very well still be alive and surviving in those woods. So
absolutely, Chad Dorman.
I
Yeah,
hope
yeah,
a bear gets him, a grizzly bear, because grizzly bears eat you alive. So I hope a grizzly
yeah,
bear gets him and eats
yeah.
like
Well,
one go at a time.
hopefully, Grizzy, if he did take his life, just ripped his ass apart. To
Yeah.
be honest with you, no mercy. Sorry, I have no sympathy. I have literally zero sympathy when it comes to somebody else. I don't give a shit about mental health issues going on. You take somebody's life and stuff like that, you're accountable. I don't have any sympathy for so unless it's like self-defense or something, you know what I mean, that you're doing. Other than that, I just don't have sympathy for these people. Can I just say this? What's sick and twisted is these sickos that literally write these people in jail and have relationships with these freaking murderers and stuff like that.
That's
Um,
actually a mental disorder. I can't remember the name of it at the moment, but I looked into it with the Richard Ramirez
it's a messed up
podcast that I
disorder.
did because one of his jurors actually ended up marrying him.
Crazy,
So
crazy. How do
yeah,
people's like? I just don't like. Did somebody like go plunk? Let me just take out some brain cells.
yeah.
I don't get that stuff. So, hi, Sunny. What is your email? I'm in BC. My email is atcrimeandshame@gmail.com. Okay, so atcrimeandshame not it's a crime and shame atcrimeandshame@gmail.com. Thank you so much. Hi, guys. So, hi, Lori. Hi, dog. Um, McKippen. Hi, Ben. There's my lover boy right there. Steph off. You're in the house. Get away. My husband approves of this relationship. He's like only my seventh online husband. Yeah, I'm just kidding. Anyways, love Ben. Love you guys. Love the mods. You guys are, of course, awesome. Thank you guys. You guys know what that just to quickly, before we get into it again, is that I put it on. I've only ever once done this, perhaps ever before, where I stuck it on. You had to be a subscriber for 24 hours. To me, the people that truly deserve to be here are the subs. And again, um, the ones that I see that are subbed, and if I see you in another chat slashing the channel, like I just saw the other day, they come in here, they want to be able to talk about the case. No, sorry. If I see you in another channel and you're slagging this channel, guess what? You're going to get a block. Why? Because honestly, your subscription doesn't matter to me. It only matters to the people that actually care, that don't go around and do stuff like that. So I'm going to leave that part at that. But just know, if you leave a rude comment on any of the videos, you're blocked. You're out of here. Okay? Because the awareness of this case will get here without you being a subscriber to this case and not using the channel for your own benefit and then slagging it. So I'm just going to say that, leave it at that. It's about caring, guys, right? It's about caring about each other. But in this case, right, it's about caring about Jack and Lily. The first and foremost thing is always the victims first, right, guys? You guys know that, okay? So just be tasteful, respectful, and that's why it's on subscribers only tonight. Hi, Miss Dog Lover, Little Cole. Okay, and we are going to get into those posts right quick here as well. We're not going to be like I don't sit there and plan to draw something out, right? But anyways, I have to thank this special lady, of course, Belinda. Belinda is the paternal grandmother of course, Lily and Jack. Okay. I can't tell you how much I appreciate this woman. It actually tears me up that I'm thinking about it. But anyways, Belinda has done nothing but be so amazing and awesome in doing what she can to bring awareness and attention to Jack and Lily's case. Why? Because she's a hurting grandmother that wants answers. Okay. Simple as that. And she has, besides talking about her son, which we don't do, okay, besides the very minimalistic of that, that was her only request. And I've always respected that request because, again, this isn't to me about her son, right? It's about Jack and Lily. That's the only thing I care about when it comes to this case, right, Charmaine? Jack and
Absolutely.
Lily. So the
Absolutely.
information, yeah, sorry, Charmaine, go ahead.
I was just going to say, if there was any reason to discuss Belinda's son, I'm sure she would because she wants her grandkids back. But the fact is that's been
Yeah.
investigated. There's no story there. So there's no reason to not respect Belinda's wishes. And I mean, I know there's a lot of people out there who wonder about Belinda because she won't talk about her son. It's because her son's not involved, period.
Yeah.
The end.
So, but yeah. And you know what? There's 309 people watching and only 99 likes. Again, please never do it for the channel. Please always do it for the murdered and missing. And in this case, I'm asking you, for the sake of grandma here and the family members that truly care about this case, please hit that like and share for Lily and Jack. That's what this is about. That's all we care about. Okay. After for Daniel, for Malehya, for whoever else that was, obviously part of the equation, don't care. Don't care. It's about Jack and Lily and answers. And this is exactly what Belinda has been doing. She's been sharing stuff. Why? To bring awareness, to bring information, because she just wants answers, like I'm sure a lot of other family members do as well. So please do it for Belinda if you could do that, okay? Because it's because of her that we're sharing these messages today. There's not one message, that she said, nope, don't show that. Actually, pretty much 99.99%, she has said, yep, that's fine. That's fine. So I just can't say how enough with Belinda. Thank you. Thank you for being that person that understands the purpose and the reasons for the information that's coming out there. We've showed you stuff that Belinda said. Now, of course, granted, right? You have to take things with a grain of salt, but it's things that are said from Daniel that she has told us when we posted all that. Then we posted Daniel's post that Charmaine was having a conversation with. And of course, now I had asked Belinda, I said, we were talking and I just said, do you have that text message? And I was expecting one text message, right? And then she's like, hold on a sec. And then all of a sudden I see this blast of messages come in. And I'm like, oh. And I asked her, I said, did the police even ask you for like these messages? And she had said no. So I said, please make sure that you send these in, because I was kind of amazed, honestly. I'm thinking it's one of those things, because if somebody's telling the truth and there's some stuff, or if they're lying and there's messages to back that up from the day that the children went missing, then what you're saying to them better match what's in here as well, you know? And if you're either lying, if you're telling the truth, then everything should match up, and if you're lying and there's inconsistencies or things to look at. So I want to thank Belinda, because if it wasn't for her, again, we wouldn't be seeing some more of this information. So thank you so much for that, Belinda. Uh, Honestly, I wanted to say I love you. Thank you so much for being that grandma that literally is just fighting to find the answers for Lily and Jack. And thank all you guys for doing your part in sharing, liking, for doing your part in helping Lily and Jack, right? It doesn't take a single person to be a team, of course. It takes everyone to be an army. So let's be Lily and Jack's army for them, so that we can, of course, keep getting more insight, or as much as we can, into the day that it happened. Okay. The investigators. So I just, Charmaine, let me ask you that quickly. Would you not have thought, and correct me if I'm wrong or if I'm overthinking this, would you not have thought that they would have asked Belinda for any messages at all? If she had been talking to Malehya that day and asked,
Well,
or no?
when we were discussing that, I mean, here's my thought on that. There's, in my mind, zero chance that they haven't checked Malaya's phone. So they
Well,
probably,
true
yeah.
that. You know what? See, thank you for having those extra brain cells for me because I literally was too busy focused on that. But you're right. But you know what? At the end of the day, if they got them twice, so be it. Right? Okay.
Well, yeah, and I mean, to me, like somebody in chat was just saying, we're not 100% sure that Belinda's son doesn't have anything to do with it, but we've heard that he was interviewed for 4 hours, and police have investigated that. But you would still think that they would have taken Belinda's phone and downloaded the data and done all of the police work that you do when there's like an estranged family. And I know they've been an estranged family for years, and it's not negative,
One second.
but you know what I mean? That's still part of a regular investigation. In my mind, it's
You
kind
said
of,
4 hours. Isn't that you? Aren't you talking about Daniel when you said 4 hours though?
did I
I
say
don't
four
know.
hours? I didn't, you know what? I'm tired. Even taking
Yeah.
yesterday off, I'm like,
Okay. Yeah.
you
So
get case fatigue, and I've definitely got this case fatigue. It's kind of all
okay.
going together at this point.
Okay. Okay. So, in saying that, let's see here. I'm just going to put up this again. That was of the vigil. Belinda and Daniel were there, and Belinda said that Daniel honestly didn't realize Belinda was going to be there. He did let her put up Jack's Japanese lantern there. So that was beautiful to see. And Lily, she was struggling. Oh, they had to light up another one. Hers caught on fire, something like that. And there, I also want to say, he'll know what I mean by this. Kent, my heart goes out to you, um, and you know exactly what I'm talking about without talking about it. So prayers, bless. Thank you so much for again for everyone joining in today. Okay, so let's see here. Yes, I got to present my share screen. Windows. Um, nope, Chrome tab. Is this the one I want? Nope, I want this one. Okay. So let's see here if I pull these over. Okay, so you guys can see that. Okay, probably going to be pulling us off screen here. I'll probably do what I did last time, but this time I'm ready for you guys. You know, you guys will know what I mean when I show it in a second. This time I'm prepared because anything that you see here, Jack and Lily, it's a crime and shame at YouTube. So anyone that wants to screen grab these, I'm going to help you out here. I'm going to show you exactly what channel that this information is from because you know what? It's Belinda and Daniel that have given us the information that we've shared with you guys. We work hard for it. And if you can't respect it, you know what? Then you guys have to show the logo all over the place. And anytime I do anything anymore, it's going to have the logo. I tried to be nice about it, but apparently, you know what? Apparently, I'm just going to do this. I'm going to be just like Plunder, who sits there and puts, this is Plunder Audio. This is Plunder Audio. This is, you know, stuff like that, right? And that's so I'm going to do it for you guys. All I want is anyone that uses this content, use it for the sake of Jack and Lily. Don't use it for the sake of us. Okay? Honestly, just be kind. If you are a channel that likes to do statement analysis or you like to sit there, you know, and go over things, right? If you don't want to listen to us, mute us, right? Other than that, there's no need to keep going on about slagging us and stuff like that. So I'm just saying, at the end of the day, just be kind. This is for Lily and Jack, and Lily and Jack only. And the only other person I'll protect, of course, is Belinda, okay? Because she deserves that. And that's exactly why, because this has been offered up. And I can't exactly I don't even know how to say it. Thank you, Belinda, for providing us with this insight that most people are going to want to see. Absolutely. And the ones that don't, that's okay. You don't have to. I know that I personally like insight in front of a case. So I had to sit there and do this because I'm doing this for Lily and Jack, and I don't want it to ever get misinterpreted by anybody. So be kind or don't. It's up to you. But you know what? Like I said, I'm going to have this all over it from now on. So anyways, let me get to that. I guess I'll pull us, like I said, I think I'll take off the banner. Do.
Guys, I might I don't have my keyboard. I have to use my laptop keyboard, so I hate my laptop keyboard, so I'm not chatting. But hi, everybody. I'm seeing you, and I'm
You know
reading
what? I'm
everything.
so rude. I'm so rude. I'm sitting here trying to rush through the live a little bit today, and I didn't even really let you say anything properly. My
That's
bad.
okay.
Sorry.
Just comments, people kind of taken up for the channel and taken up for me out in YouTube and Facebook. And I mean, I get Facebook messages and stuff, and I really appreciate it. I really do. Um,
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Again, thank you for, uh, keeping your love and support for the channel. When you guys know, again, we don't sit there and play games. Anyone that watches us knows that. Anyone that doesn't watch us and still uses the content, you know, um, obviously doesn't really watch us here to know exactly who we are. So, with that being said, I'm going to make this bigger, and then we're simply going to start with these messages again. This is between Malehya and Belinda. Most of them are from the day of the second when Jack and Lily disappeared. Okay, guys? Okay, let me just get myself.
I just had a
Oh,
quick read. I haven't really.
sorry,
I'm,
Charmaine.
I'm looking forward to this. I just had a really quick read, and I didn't
Okay,
really absorb any of it. So I'll be watching with the rest of you.
okay. So, 1 second. Got it. Whoops. No, 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 no. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna take off this. Delete. Okay. So, oh, hold on. Wait a second. Hold on a second. I gotta turn that off for a second.
Why?
Because I think I pulled the wrong one up. I each one, I'll show you. Give me a second. I'll
Okay.
do that again, but give me a second actually. Um, put us back here. That was
I
like too
agree,
up close.
Drippy. I totally agree. They won't, so I'm not holding my
Let me
breath.
go back to that.
Not
Okay.
worth the stress.
I had two of them open, and one of them was the one I wanted. Let's
You
see.
haven't
Is it?
missed anything yet, Vanessa. She just was explaining why she's got, well, it's a crime and shame on her post, but I think it's pretty self-explanatory, and just really thanking and appreciating Belinda for sharing with us and allowing us to do this tonight. And I believe she's watching, correct, Cindy? Or Sunny? Man, I'm tired. Cindy. Who's Cindy? Oh, never mind.
Mm,
Moving on. Keep it moving.
hold on. Bear with me for a sec, guys. I think it's because I started here. My bad. My bad. I gotta do something.
I'd
Just
like to
talk.
say something though about like my screenshots and the way it
Yeah,
came out, the way we did that first live. I can, I don't agree with, but I can understand how people just took those screenshots and interpreted them however they wanted to. And then the next day we had that live taken down where the context wasn't even available. So I understand it.
that
But
live's back up, by the way.
there's no, there's no reason and no excuse to belittle me or Sunny. If you don't like the commentary, I guess you don't have to watch, or you can put it on mute or whatever. But the personal attacks, not
That's
not cool. I don't care that those were taken. Now, at first, I was really bothered because it was taken out of context. But now I get it. Now I know, my bad, lesson learned. But um, the personal attacks, I think, is just really petty and not right. But the rest of it, I understood it, I get it, and I can see how it could have been misinterpreted and, ran with. Lesson learned. I think we did a better job with with the rest of the text, and I'm sure Sunny did an excellent job with this tonight. So
yeah. Well, the bottom line is again, please don't make your channel about talking about us. Make it about Jack and Lily. If you're like I said, if you're going to use this content, just instead of sitting there slagging on us, just do your own channel. And like I said, use the content, use it with respect. But to literally sit there and listen to, I'm not even going to waste my time saying the names or anything like that. But he knows this, and this isn't Deception Detective. He knows who he is. Just use the content. Use it for Jack and Lily, okay? Like that's all we're asking of you guys. whatever, if you feel like you don't believe it, don't care, right? But if you're going to do something with your channel with it, and then you're trying to use the content from this channel, and then you're slagging us the whole time, like seriously, and then you're acting like that, oh my God, I'm suffering through this for the viewers to show somebody
Yeah.
else content.
Yeah. Saying under his breath, oh, just shut up already. Like, really,
I know,
dude?
just
That is so
wait.
unprofessional.
You
Like,
know what? I have a shirt that says. So I heard him say, okay, he's like, "Oh, shut up, wicked witch." Yeah, I think there was something that was said, and I was like, that I do. I was honestly going to wear this top that I have that says "wicked" right across it, just as a comical thing, kind of like what Christopher Proudfoot did when he wore that little piggy thing to basically do it to the viewers. Right? It was like a slight. That's what I was going to do, and I was like, "Yeah, no, he's not worth it."
I couldn't believe it.
It's okay.
We all have internal commentary. You know what I mean? Like, our brains are always
Yeah.
maybe when people are talking and maybe it's going on a little bit much. You're human. You're thinking, oh my God, can we just like move on? But to say it out loud and then post it without even
Well,
editing it, like what?
can I say, I'm going to say one thing, this because most people will know who we're talking about, especially on this one. Okay, because there was like a constant bash the whole thing. I mean, there's part of me that's laughing, but what I think the probably thing that got me most is that because this was a channel I kind of quite watched, like when he was like nothing. um and so then and then promoting the channel on top of it, but to watch how he just would talk about the case. Now it's turned into the whole slag thing on top of it. But the thing is, we're a channel that's different, right? Our channel is truly about bringing awareness to the cases, and because on a different level. And then there's those channels that do the things, and they of course do whatever it is, analysis and stuff like that, right? So it's quite different reasons why we're in it. We're in it simply to bring awareness because we truly care about the case, not in it to do it for like, you know, we're not some sort of like I said, experts in body analysis and statement analysis, but we
Nor
do.
do we claim to be.
Nor
Nor
do we
do we
claim,
claim to
but we
be.
right. And being called an idiot and stupid how many times during that? Like, oh my God, do I have to go through this again? I think he
Yeah,
was a little bit nicer today, though. I don't,
he
because
did. He
I really
backtracked a
don't.
little bit, but I still don't like his whole when he pointed at his screen and pointed at me, this one right here. Like, he didn't say anything rude about me, but he just pointed like, this one has a name and it's like right there on your screen, dude. Like,
Anyways,
I don't know. Just okay, we
like,
can move
you know
along
what?
now.
I was gonna say, bottom line is, just please, like I said, go ahead, use the content. You just use the content, but just do it for Jack and Lily. That's all we ask. You don't need to sit there and keep going on about us all day long. Who gives a shit, right? This people can come to this channel if they want to go on about us all day long. All right. Anyways, let's do this. Okay. So sorry, take us off the screen again. And everyone, thank you guys so much. Please hit the like and the share for Jack and Lily. Please do it also for Belinda, who's so gracious enough to share these with us to bring more insight into the day of course, Jack and Lily's disappearance, because these are the messages between Malehya and Belinda. Okay, so basically, May 2nd, and you guys can see the date and time there, and you can see that it's Malehya's profile picture. Have you heard anything yet? Were they going to school? Please keep me updated. And then Malehya says, no, I was keeping them home today because they were sick with a cold, and they got outside the back door, and we can't hear the door, and they got outside. And then it says, they like exploring in the woods, playing in the woods under our supervision. We'll come back to all that stuff, okay? Because obviously there's going to be some things that you're going to be like, wait, what? There we go again, underneath our supervision, right? As if it's storytelling by chance. And then she says, I just can't believe this is actually happening right now. I never thought they would run off on me like that. I'm so distraught. Belinda says, you must be worried. You must be worried sick. Let me know anything at any time. And Malehya says, I will. And yes, I don't know what to do. And then it says, are your neighbors close at all? Belinda says, Malehya says, no, too close to, we live on Gairloch Road. And then Belinda says, I heard they are bringing in teams to search. So hoping they're home soon. And then Malehya says, I'm not going to keep saying. So Maleya's in the gray black text and Belinda's in the blue. We'll do it at that. I hope so too. They've been missing since 9:40. So you guys obviously know that we showed information from Daniel that said about 10 o'clock time is wrong. That's right, because I showed you guys multiple times that Belinda's post from Malehya said 9:40. So we know that that's true now, okay? That this in fact was said by Malehya to Belinda. So they've been missing since 9:40. They like to wander a lot. Okay? Again, be kind. This is for Jack and Lily. This is from the channel. It's a criming shame. And of course, it's about Jack and Lily. And I'm going to say that each time I show a page.
I don't blame you.
Yeah. They like to wander a lot. You want to demand more searchers, Belinda says. We have a big search team right now and more coming. They also want info about Cody because he doesn't see them. And if anyone knows, Lily Sullivan is not the right person out there. I never said who it was, but obviously it is Cody Sullivan, but it's not Lily Sullivan. That's the wrong person. Okay, so it says, because he doesn't see them. The police do. God, I wish I lived closer, Belinda says. Yes, I know. We have drones, dogs, and helicopters. That's not a problem. They can tell me. They can tell me too. Malehya says, okay, I might get you on the phone with the police. And then she says, have you heard anything yet? Are the locals allowed to search too? Did they have the coats or boots on? Do you know? Malehya says no. Yet, now remember, guys, this is on the 2nd. Remember this, okay? Remember this to what Daniel said and what we knew, okay? No. Yet they have boots on, and Lily has her white backpack on with strawberries, and she should be in the pink and Jack in the dark colored clothes. Jack has dino boots. Lily has pink boots. Okay. Charmaine, I do want to, you guys, I am going to stop there for a minute. Okay. That's on the 2nd, right? Now, you're going to have to correct me if I'm wrong, but it was on about the 5th that Daniel was going on about extra information. But this was on the 2nd. Now, all that was said was.
So can I ask what extra information on the 5th?
Say that again.
What extra information are you referring to on the 5th? Like in his media interview?
Well, so at the start of this, all we knew was about Lily had on a pink top and
yes.
something, boots and what else? I think that was it, wasn't it? And a nappy, and that was it.
The pull up on Jack and the dinosaur boots and the pink boots on Lily and the backpack. Yeah.
But we didn't hear that right away, though. We didn't, because all the news articles will talk about 3 items, so I believe it is. But then on the 5th, Daniel adds more about that brown outfit. Now, according to Belinda,
the backpack came out before the brown outfit, though.
Yes, it did. Yes. But then Daniel added more to the interview on the 5th with, it was like Jack was in a brown outfit, type of thing. So meaning there was more added. But so my point there is that, and I have to go look at it all, because my point is that it literally says here, dark colored clothes. But why wasn't that said when they first talked about it? Like, so meaning you have to kind of look at those 3 things that are said. This one, what was said originally, and then what Daniel talked about again, right? Because this is on the 2nd. This is the actual day that it was talked about, almost in full, pretty much here. The only thing that they don't say is about the diaper, like the nappy or whatever.
The pull-up, yeah.
The pull-up. But other than that, they say dark color clothes. Now, Belinda had told me that I think Daniel had told her that, shoot, Charmaine, I lost my brain power. It's gone. Oh, that on the 4th, I think it was, correct me if I'm wrong, Belinda, on the 4th that Daniel and his cousin went through the room to see what clothing items were missing on there. So I have to go back and put all that information together just to clarify, because there's some weird things here. Because just remember that other thing
I
that
thought that was on the 3rd.
what?
I thought
No,
that was on the Saturday.
I watched the interview. It was on the 5th.
Oh.
Yeah, but I have to go back. I don't want to sit there and stamp it in gold like that. But I need to go back and look at all that, right? I just want to see like his like, you know what I mean? You're just trying to sit there and literally go, okay, is this close enough? Were they being deceptive here? But anyways, we'll go back into. Did you want to say anything before we go back up, or before we read more?
Just really quick, I'm trying to type on my phone, but I'll just say it instead. Drippy, yeah, basically the backpack it was like a play backpack for her. She would stuff it full of toys and she would do treasure hunts and stuff with it, apparently. So that was her outside bag. It was her play backpack.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I'm going to ask this one more time because there's like 523 people in here. Please, you guys, all we ask, if you're going to come in here and watch, could you at least please hit that like and the share for Jack and Lily? Again, it's information that you're coming for. Could you please, for Belinda, grandmother, paternal grandmother that shared these, could you please, all she wants is to know what happened to Jack and Lily. So don't do it, like I said, for the channel. Please always do it for the victims. And in this case, appreciate the fact that Belinda has been so good, so awesome at sharing information with us, because she just wants to know what happened to her grandbabies, whether there was family involvement, whether there wasn't. For her, it doesn't matter. She just wants to see the babies. Like, that's the original goal, right? What happened to Jack and Lily? The truth will come out, but we'll see. We'll see. So, okay, so we'll go back to it again. Um, boom, boom, boom. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm just going to look at my phone for a sec. Oh, okay. Belinda says that was on the 5th, I think, about his cousins saying that they were looking. Sorry. So Belinda said that was on the 5th, I think, about the cousins saying that. Okay. So if I'm wrong, like I said, I want to go back to that information and I just kind of like things to line up. And if they don't, then of course you side eye it like you would with anything, right? Okay. Okay. So again, this information it's from Crime and Shame. I can't even say my own name, darn it. At Crime and Shame on YouTube. This is about Jack and Lily. So, of course, be kind. Use this information for your channels all you want, but just have respect for Jack and Lily and don't make it about us on your lives. Okay, guys? Just worry about what you're doing on your channel that way. And then we'll get to the next one. So, no, not so. Okay, so this is about the boots again. So we'll go back and read that. No, yet they have boots on, and Lily has her white backpack on strawberries, and she should be in pink, and Jack in dark colored clothes. Jack has dino boots. Lily has pink boots. And then she says, no, they didn't put on their coats. And then Belinda says, oh my God, they must be so cold. And then I just want them. I feel, and I meant to ask you actually about this, Belinda. I'm not sure because this doesn't match the next one because it says, I just want them. So I don't know if there's one missing. But anyways, we're going to leave that. And if there is, Belinda can share it with me at another point in time. But anyways, so are they allowing anyone else to search? You are welcome to come search with people. However, the search and rescue don't want too many others in the woods because they are going to be protocol or by protocol. Many are suspecting they were picked up by somebody because there is no trace of them or Lily's backpack. Did the dogs pick up a scent at all? Do they go out on the road? Normally, no. But if they were in front of the yard and someone stopped and convinced them to come over, they would go. They don't understand stranger danger. Um, but so anyway, so it said normally. That's what, so I pick up on those words myself, right? Normally. So normally they don't go at the front of the road. So again, are they being supervised like you portrayed at the start? Because Charmaine, you're not finding that just a little bit odd about that? How she specifically said again, under our supervision, as if somebody needs to portray that we take care of the children and we would, they never are go outside. But she contradicts herself, really, to be honest with you.
Mm.
But anyway, okay. So again, you guys. Oh, did I miss? Where's my things? Hold on a second. No. Okay. 1 second, Charmaine. 1 second. I am going to take us off screen for a second because I don't see any of my things that I should be seeing on there. And just answer anything you want to in chat for a second. If you.
Okay.
Oh, I was fine actually.
Closing the date. I mean, the information I think came out on the 5th, but I thought that it was said that they went on the Saturday, went through Jack's clothes to see what could have been missing. I could be wrong, but Sunny will figure that out, I'm sure.
For what, Charmaine? Sorry.
Well, I know that the information about what Jack was actually wearing did come out a few days later, but what I had heard was that Daniel and cousin went through his room on the Saturday, like earlier on the Saturday, to figure out what he was exactly wearing to try to figure it out. I could be wrong, but I think that the information, yes, came out later, maybe the 5th or even later than that. I don't know. But the day they did that, I thought was the 3rd. I thought was the Saturday. And like I said, I could be wrong.
Well,
I just flew back into Canada on the 4th, and I heard about this case, and I don't think I talked to Sunny about it until the 5th. So
yeah.
we were playing catch up already, right?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that actually because you weren't. Yeah. Hi Valerie. Why can't you be Valerie? Okay. Shotgun Susie on there. And well, so Belinda had said she believes it was the 5th that the cousin had told her. So somebody named Gina girl, she bought a taco. I just went to go look at Belinda's comment. Thank you very much, Gina girl, for the taco, which is the coffee app, guys. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate that. Sorry, let me just go back to Belinda's message there. Because we just want everything to be as accurate as possible, eh? Okay, so 1 second here. Oh, okay, she did send me a screenshot. They didn't have codes. You are welcome to come search with the. Okay, thank you so much for that, Belinda. And then so Belinda says that was on the 5th, I think, about his cousin saying that they were looking through his clothes. Yeah, so that's an I think. Okay, so it's not positive. It's I think it was the 5th for that part, and maybe that's why he came out on the 5th and was talking about it. Yeah. So who knows? Anyways, again, this information is from It's a Crime and Shame, and this is about Jack and Lily, the 2 children that are missing, of course, out of Pictou County, and it's been over a month since they've been missing. It's a very horrific case, to be honest, and I can't believe it's taken this long. Okay, so we already went over this part here. Did they pick up the dog scent it on? No. Do they go out on the road? No. Or sorry, normally no. Right? Normally no. Not no. Normally no. But if they were in front of the yard and someone stopped and convinced them to come over, they do not understand stranger danger. The police want to broaden their search and plug highways. That should have been going on first. This is Belinda talking again in the blue, and it's Malehya talking in the blacky gray chat there. And she is, yes, we are telling them because they should have been found by now. Jack has trouble going through the woods, and normally they don't go out of the yard. Okay. I am so sick. I am so sorry. I'm sick to my stomach, Belinda says. I know I'm sick and scared. I don't know what to do. I feel helpless. And that's from Malehya. I do too. Try and stay positive. I'm thinking nothing but positive. I want my babies home. And then she says, Hi, honey. Do the police have any ideas yet? We'll be up tomorrow to help search. Okay. Again, this information is from It's a Crime and Shame on YouTube, and it's about Jack and Lily. Okay. The only bloodhound in Nova Scotia is out looking for them, and they have a better chance at finding them because they track their scent. Thank you, Belinda. See, oh my goodness, there confirmation there. Thank you, Belinda. Any help is best. I'm so scared, worried, and I do not know what to do. Belinda says, I know, stay strong. A lot of people are doing their best and keeping them in their prayers. And then she says, what is your house number? That's perfectly fine. It's out there all day long on the internet for this case. I'm praying and praying. I want my baby's homes. I'm so sick. And 1407 we know is Gairloch Road, Westville. She says, see you tomorrow. You have your family with you, I hope. Yes, everyone is here, even people I never thought would be here. And then she says, good, the more people, and then whatever it said there. Okay, he doesn't have a phone. They can contact me. Okay, I gave them your number. Is he there now? Okay, they're talking about Cody at this point. Yes, he is in his room. Okay, I have reason to believe that they may have been taken by someone. This is Malehya. They should have been found them by now if they were in the woods. Okay. Okay. Again, this information is brought to you by It's a Crime and Shame on YouTube, and this is about Jack and Lily Sullivan. I should be saying Sullivan. All right. In them woods. I am thinking the same thing. That's why I think they should have issued an Amber Alert. Now, this is Belinda saying that, okay? So she's saying that to Malehya. Yes, I want an Amber Alert issued. They told me they were sending one out at 2 p.m. yesterday. They only put out the alert for vulnerable missing persons. And then it says, by your way, it should it should have been Amber province wide. Yes, I agree completely, Malehya says. So the bloodhound dog or hound didn't find anything? No, not a thing. Now, some of these actually have times on them. Like you can see, this is into May 3rd over here now. But no, no helicopter or drones or dogs till morning. Okay. And then it says, okay, we're headed out tomorrow to help. Thank you. See you then. See you then. And then this one right here talks about the footprints. Actually, I'm just going to make it a little bit bigger just to see it myself. So 10 a.m. Maybe this is where they got, I don't know. 10 a.m. Just got a text from a member on the scene of the children's search. A police dog handler has located a very distinctive set of youth footprints on the natural gas line. Okay, so that's what that said there. And okay, and this is going to be the final one here, guys. Again, this information is by Crime and Shame on YouTube. This is about Jack and Lily Sullivan. Please, of course, hit that like button and share. Please do it for the sake of Belinda, who provided us with these messages, and for Jack and Lily, who, of course, are the victims of whatever happened to them. Okay, so basically what's happening here now is it's the 3rd, and Belinda's on, they're going out there, down there to help search, little drive, definitely a little bit of a drive for them to get down there. So hold on, let me just move that out of the way. So how's everything and news whatsoever? Did the prints pan out or anything else? Okay, so she's messaging her basically all day. Now this is on the 3rd. Think about this though. They're having the briefing on the 3rd. There's some sort of argument. I need to ask you about that, Charmaine, in a minute. But anyways, I think they just put out an Amber Alert. Does your mother-in-law live in the trailer beside with you, with the dog inside? And this is again, this is Belinda. I hope you're not upset with me about Lily's communication. Just want people to see with me about Lily's communication. Wait, what? I just want people to see how vulnerable these kids are. I just don't understand why some people are so upset about this. It doesn't matter what their skills are. They need to be found. Just saw Daniel's post. We are headed there tomorrow to help search. Okay, again, clarification to, I don't know, being a relative of, I don't know. Well, not a relative, obviously, but, Daniel is this, what they've considered the stepfather. Cody is the paternal father of Jack and Lily. And of course, then it's Belinda's the paternal grandmother of Jack and Lily. Okay, so again, just we just ask, use this content. Hopefully, for this part of it, 1 second. I'm feeling naked without our banner around now. Gotta find the banner. There we go. We are Canadian again, Charmaine. So again, thank you to Belinda for sharing that. So if it gave you guys some sort of insight, because these are messages, again, if you want to question it, feel free to question it all you want. Don't really care. Anyone that knows this channel by now, like I said, we don't put out a bunch of bull stuff, bull crap to sit there and try to better the channel for selfish reasons. It's not about that. It will always be about the victims. But again, Belinda, Daniel's information, that's as best as we got, guys. And all we ever wanted to do was, again, give you guys more insight into the day so that you guys can have a better interpretation, spread the word across, the channels talk about it, get the information out there. Again, you don't need to slag us to do that. Just do your stuff that you do on your channel. Talk about these posts, whether you believe them or not, whatever. Again, but I just want to say I'm so grateful to this lady here, Belinda. And look at this picture. I mean, this is so sad, this one here of Belinda. It's just a beautiful picture. That's from the vigil, guys. And then look at little Lily. And there's Belinda. She's holding the 2 grandbabies, eh? And then, of course, Jack and Lily. And this is from Belinda's Facebook. And I grabbed it today when I seen it. Again, she's always constantly doing posts for that. Yeah. You see, Vanessa on there. But yeah, we're, like I said, just please, we just ask that you do your due diligence. And when it comes to that stuff. Now, Charmaine, the posts, what we read. So let's discuss a few things, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So is there any, so what, tell me what you thought about this wording versus her interview versus whatever you think.
I think most people, especially those who are, I'm not saying Malehya is socially awkward, but maybe shy and not going through postpartum depression, being disconnected, and all of the stuff that we heard from Daniel. And now the reality of what's going on is hit her smack dab in the face in front of a news camera. I totally understand her odd interview put in that context. It doesn't even, take yourself out of that situation. Most people are better at wording things in text than they are speaking, just like me. You'd never know how much I pause and lose my train of thought in text because I can stop
all the time
and pick it up again. My menopause brain doesn't reflect on my text messaging. So what I'm saying is it's easier to text and seem more fluent in your conversation than it is in front of a media camera on the worst day of your life when you're in depression, postpartum, whatever, whatnot. I don't see anything super odd about these messages that Sunny has showed today. Travis, this is a very wooded area. They live in a very rural area, and Nova Scotia is beautiful. It has got so much forested area. And from what I could tell from the map, there's there's not a lot of population between them and even the ocean, like the harbor. So, I mean, it is a vast forested area that was really heavily impacted by Hurricane Fiona in 2020. And the toppled trees and stuff haven't been cleaned up, haven't been removed. So, I mean, it's not completely impossible that the kids couldn't be out there. But what I find really impossible is the kids being out there and they haven't found anything and the dogs didn't pick up any scent. So that's what I want to say about that.
Okay.
Yeah, I was looking for something because I feel like I had a different question, but I don't think it came up.
Are you talking still? Yeah.
Um,
I'm just doing something.
Daniel deserves apologies for what? I mean, I don't know. And as far as this channel, I'm not going to speak for the channel, but as far as me, I don't even know how you'd want to put it. People say that I believe everything that Daniel said, and that I'm on Daniel's side, and that I'm sticking up for Daniel, and I'm trying to promote Daniel, and that's
They
that's
don't
not
want
it. I'm supporting Jack and Lily. I'm supporting the people that are trying to find Jack and Lily and giving the information that I think that, true or not, it's coming from the people who are involved. So it is a level of truth that should be out there. And if it wasn't out there, everybody would still be speculating, or people would be moved on to other cases. So, in the way you want to put it, that I'm here for different reasons. I mean, my opinion of Daniel at this point is irrelevant. So.
Okay. I was gonna say, you know what? Again, people can. I'm not gonna get into about who or whatever, but people can diss us and whatever. Me and Charmaine have very much brains on our shoulders. Okay, we're not fools. We know exactly what needs to be done, and we do things for the certain reasons that they need to be done. If we have to say things a certain way, we do it because we know it's what needs to be done. But anyways, again, you do your channels, we'll do ours, okay? And this is about Jack and Lily, 100%. Sandra, I've seen you in other people's chat. Just so you know, obviously, I've seen you in here. So you made the comment, that's good to know. So it's not like, well, again, if you follow this channel and been following this case, you absolutely know that we always have talked about that this is not for likes and subscriptions, okay? That's the farthest thing from my mind when it comes to the cases. If it happens, it happens. Again, I will block anyone because at the end of the day, again, it's about the awareness of the case, right? I'm not going to sit here and prove this, like I said to people all the time. Either you watch our channel and you know how sincere we are about cases. This channel could be a lot further than it is if I was clickbaity or tried to lure you guys in for false intentions. It's not the way I work. I know how I work, and I'm fine with that. And like I said, so nobody can take that away from us or our good intentions with the case. Nobody can take away Belinda's care that she has from her grandbabies and stuff like that. As for Daniel and Malehya, I'm telling you, I keep flip-flopping like a fish. Because between the two of them, this is weird. I do have to say this. And I'll come back. I can see your message on my phone, by the way. Okay, Kimber and Valerie. I do want to say this, though. So here you have this odd situation of, Belinda leaves on the 3rd, right? Charmaine, I did want to ask you about this in a minute, though, because Daniel said that there was no argument or nothing. And Logan on her thing said that there was this big argument. So what happened there? Like, did Daniel actually say that? Because I don't recall reading about it, but go ahead.
No, well, what Daniel had said was he could have omitted that part of that scenario, because what he had told me is they had their briefing, and then right after the briefing, Malehya was alone with her mom for 5 minutes and completely changed. Now, in that 5 minutes or whatever, or maybe he omitted some time where there was a big blowout, where the police were involved, whatever. And he could have just left that out. But what he told me was right after the briefing, she was alone with her mom for 5 minutes and completely changed. That's what
Right.
those messages read that he sent to me.
Right.
But
And
that doesn't mean it didn't happen, you guys. And Sunny, I want you to check chat really quickly, or not chat, Messenger really quickly, because I don't remember seeing this. Maybe you did. Just if you could check really quickly.
what am I looking for? My messenger?
Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
So the mom is saying they like to wander off after she said they never went outside alone. I caught that too. Always sides to a story. I think I said that last week too, Kent. I agree.
Okay, I already showed that one. Is that the one? Did you want me to show that one again, Charmaine?
I don't remember seeing it, but I could have been paying attention to chat. Sure. And it was just interesting to me. Like she says, like, I have reason to believe they were, what did she say, picked up or taken? That's
yeah. Okay, 1 second. So that was 14. Right here. So and then we'll come back to it again, because like I said, I gotta, before I lose it from my brain cells. I'll bring it up for Charmaine. So it's right there. I have reason to believe they may have been taken. This one you showed, right?
Yeah, I have reason to believe they may have been taken by someone. So, like, does she have any inkling about who? And
right, I know. There's definitely a few things here. Like, there's definitely some flags in here that I'm seeing for sure. Is there something more to it? Because the total vibe I get from this conversation is that these children weren't supervised, like, because of, she's double talking herself on that part of it now. And is that because she doesn't want to admit that they weren't actually paying attention and this was a one-time only deal, and then suddenly something happened? But I think we've always been very clear that we never believed that the children didn't go outside. But anyways, did you want to add to that? This
just that, I mean, just because we're being kind to these people who are telling their truth to us, it doesn't mean that we're stupid or that we don't see what a lot of other people see. It's just not our story or it's not our place to tell them. I mean, I would never do that. Even if I'm speculating in my head, I'm wondering now, why did this person say this, but actually that? Like, I'm not a complete idiot. I do see this stuff. I just don't think it's right to call somebody out on YouTube. I'm here to give information, not insults.
Okay, let me see. I'm just trying to.
I think what Daniel meant was that there wasn't a big blow up between himself and Malehya. Right, exact. Thank you, Dog Karma, because I'm seeing that still today. I saw that somewhere where they said that Daniel and Malehya had a big fight and she took off with her mom, and that's not what happened. So that person, that content creator, obviously hasn't watched anybody else's content. I'm not 100% sure who started that rumor, but yeah, that's been said by Daniel. That's been said by the cousin. So, yeah, odd statement. I have reason to believe. Thank you, Green Girl. I thought that was really odd. There was another one too, right? About police thought could have been picked up. Actually, Travis, the police ruled out abduction strangely quickly. Like,
I know, strangely
quickly. Like, by the time they did their first press conference, they have no reason to believe that an Amber Alert was necessary.
Okay. I just got to cut in for a second here. Kimber, the one you sent me an email a minute ago. Kimber says that she did a nice tribute video for Lily and Jack. Now, I can't find you. I'm literally putting in your name, scrolling. What I'm going to do. Oh, my goodness. Did I not start Streamlabs? I didn't. I had my hello sitting in there still. Come on, Streamlabs. Get your butt in here. Get. There we go. There's
I
Streamline.
did hear that Devil's at or Drippy.
Or,
It's strange because I've heard all around Nova Scotia there have been these, maybe not little kids, but there have been these attempted abductions kind of all over the province in the last month or so.
okay. Just quickly, so this is specifically to Kimber. Kimber, I'm going to drop my Facebook so you can add me so that then I can find, like, send me a friend request, okay? And then I can add you because I don't have time to sit here and keep scrolling. So I'm just going to do that. If anyone else tries to add me, unless I have even a little bit of liking you, I don't add people to my Facebook type of thing. It's a more of a very private thing and only. But because she made a tribute video, this person, so I'm just going to drop you my link. Okay, so I'm just going to say that my Facebook is for good people and good friends only that I have on it, not just some random person messaging me. Not going to happen. Okay, just saying. Only because I'm dropping my own personal link here. uh, okay, and Bear 1997. That's simply when we got Bear. That was our golden retriever, by the way. My son was born in 1997. And so, anyways, that's why it's Bear 1997, because we let our son pick out that dog when he was little. Okay, I want to get to a couple things quickly, if you don't mind. And as I wait for that, I do want to go back to, okay, I want to be very clear on this when it comes to Logan's interview and with the information that Charmaine, in talking to, of course, Danielle. Okay. The whole point about that video, it's not that, of course, again, you'd have to be to me, lack a few brain cells if you didn't understand that the context of what we put out there from Daniel to what Logan was saying matched the Daniel's information. Does it mean that they're cousins, people? They're close cousins. Does it mean that that information is truthful? Absolutely not. Does it mean that Logan is mimicking stuff that Daniel has said to her? Absolutely. It's his cousin. Very much aware of this, okay? The whole point of talking about the video and the text was so people could understand that they could match up certain information that was said in there that matched what Daniel said. But again, it's his cousin. It was clear Logan was lying about certain things. Now, I don't overly want to call it lying, but I could tell when she was lying because of the way she answered the question. Why? Because we exactly know what Daniel thinks about his suspicions and stuff like that. We're not going to say them. But the thing is, she didn't answer that because she was stumbling and she was kind of, like trying to think of what to say. And then it ended up coming off babbling more so. But it was very clear that there was some questions that she overted. And just like I said about the, Daniel saying, which we showed in day before's live, right? So Daniel had said that the RCMP arrived 12 minutes after the phone call. Basically, how in the heck did Malehya's mom, Cindy Murray, arrive 16 minutes? It wasn't a typo, Mike. It wasn't a typo on his part. That's what he said, okay? So, and again, if there's content creators out there that needs to help clarify something for them if they're a bit confused, you can reach out to the channel. We're always absolutely here to help other content creators, and to assist them. But again, just don't bash us because we're same thing with what happened the other day. Had DD reached out, I would have gladly have shared those. I didn't have the link, but then again, that was his own journey to find about Daphne Sullivan, not my journey. But absolutely, whatever, I have sent him those screenshots because why? I don't care. It's not about the notoriety. But now you guys are forcing me to sit there and put crime and shame on there because so many people can't even be asked to give credit where credit's due. This stuff, it's not, like I said, this is from Belinda and Daniel, this stuff. And when it goes unappreciative, then sorry, but now I'm going to do this because obviously it's about the fact that we want this channel to grow because of awareness as well. Obviously, for unselfish reasons, believe it or not, do not care. I just know that this channel will grow naturally, organically, and honestly as we move, like as it keeps moving, right? I work, I do lives. I work, I do lives. Right, Charmaine? We work, we do lives. It's not like we're sitting on our tufts on Facebook all day and stuff like that. It's kind of one of those things that you just do it because it's, I don't want to, I'll call it kind of like a hobby, but it's, you know what I mean? But it's not the point. It's more like we're doing it because we care, and we care about cases and people, so it's something that means something. But yet I don't like being in true crime, like I've told you guys many times, because it's such a painful, dark world, and content creators just make it darker sometimes because, and really, I'm the first one to say, hey, no problem. I can send you this. I can send you that. You know, all you need to do is ask, but don't slag us and then expect to go, oh, well, let me just use your content, because then I'm not going to help you at all. But anyways, so going back to what I was saying there, the video was just to simply show people the video and the text line up with each other. There was definitely at least 3 or 4 points, and there would have been more, but we didn't show you certain things that Daniel said, because it's just stuff, because there is more stuff that we know, what Daniel has said that we didn't show you guys. Okay. It does mean a lot to what was said, but that information is a little bit more, it's just one of those things. We know the information. That's it. Anybody else can figure or talk to Daniel themselves and get it if they talk to him or whatever. But it would probably give you guys a little bit more insight into a few things. But it was just simply to line it up. But as for actually believing what Daniel's saying, or believing what Malehya's saying, or believing what the cousin's saying, that's just, that's just using your own brain cells and going, who do I believe? Because I have this thing about this, that when it comes to Belinda, so Daniel says that Belinda gave him a look of disgust, and within 5 minutes she was gone. You guys all know that from Logan's. Hey, pardon?
Malehya. You said Belinda. Malehya.
Oh, did I say Belinda? My bad. Shoot. Try to get my words. Sorry, Belinda. So Malehya. My bad. My bad. Right? So we knew that. It's because me and Belinda were talking about it. And so one of the things that Belinda was saying, and it went through my head, and I'm sure it's gone through some of your guys' heads, is like, so if he had this look, she had this look of disgust for Daniel, right? Why is it Daniel's not allowed to see his child or his children? Why? What is up there? Because when you're giving someone a look of disgust, you kind of try to think of, like, why would somebody do that? Remember, these are Daniel's words. Still doesn't make it true. Kind of be odd, though, that he would say look of disgust, to him, if he's trying to look like this really great person. But anyways, so in my head, Charmaine, with that, a look of disgust is usually like you did something, like for her to leave in 5 minutes, and then doesn't have access to the children. What's that about? Seriously. So did Malehya leave because she learned something, and that's why she was out of there with her mother, right? Because that doesn't really align. Now, Daniel is portraying, doesn't mean it's truthful. He's portraying that I'm looking for the children. The one thing I noticed that Daniel definitely does, and maybe I'm reading more into this, but he definitely does give himself a lot of kudos of his, about what he does, how much he takes care of Jack and Lily, how he's potty trained them, how he does everything, that the kids come to him, So he basically slags off Malehya, really. And then by the same token says, that, I love her and want her back. It's kind of weird. So you're saying all these wonderful things about yourself, but then you're slagging Malehya at the same time in certain ways. But then you're not saying it. You're saying it to be truthful, but you're not saying it because, to hurt Malehya type of idea. Daniel's interpretation is that this is the evil, wicked stepmother, or the mother type of thing of Malehya, that's done something to these children. And, I don't know, you guys, to be honest, but his interpretation is, okay, so we heard it from Logan telling it. There's no love loss between Malehya's mom and Daniel. Daniel says that basically she wants to keep that he treats Malehya good. So, the controlling mother apparently that she is doesn't like to see her own daughter happy. Could that be true? Maybe. Again, we're just looking at everything. It doesn't mean that Daniel's innocent of everything and stuff like that. I still think you'd have to be a big ass idiot to say that you passed a lie detector, or at least that he said that to the article, but on the interview he said that it was what's the word he used, Charmaine? He said that it was favorable towards him. Okay, so either he's the biggest liar, conniver, that really just is pulling the wolves over everyone's eyes, in a sense, or some people's eyes. I don't want to say everyone's, right? Or he's being sincere, one of the two. But there's a lot of talk about himself and what he's done, and it kind of comes off somewhat narcissistic a little bit, just because it's kind of like, uh, it's like, I don't know, Charmaine, if he's doing it for the sake of Belinda hearing these interviews, and that, but like when he's talking on on the interviews, you know, I don't know if he's doing it for the sake of saying stuff like that, because sometimes in people's brains, they do things for whatever reasons. And when you have a target audience, kind of like what he says is that he leaks out information to put the case back out there, and he does it, methodically type of idea. So is he sending Malehya a message through these interviews as well? I don't know. But anyways,
Well, it's the wrong message if he did.
I know. So this is what I don't get, right? So you got Malehya here who gives this look of disgust, according to Daniel. She's out of there, and she wasn't forced to leave. It was about according to Logan. Okay.
I think I need to correct you there, because I don't know where you heard that. Like, he never said that she looked at him with disgust. He said that she couldn't even look at him, like, at all. No eye contact. He never said disgust.
Now you got me thinking, Charmaine.
Trust me.
No, you said to trust you one time, and you were wrong. So I don't. So look up just.
Go ahead and read through the conversation again, because I'm telling you, he never said she looked at him with disgust. She couldn't even look at me. No eye contact.
That's okay, same thing. Quote. Same thing. She couldn't even look at me. Close enough. Close. So what we want to do, put out the proper wording if that's the case then. Either way, she couldn't even look at him, right? So what made her, so again, so we'll use the word same thing, right? So she basically couldn't look at him. And so what created this, all of a sudden, this, this happy, like what did Daniel said, right? And the same thing that was said by Logan about this whole, she was the happiest and safest she ever felt. And then next thing you know, this briefing comes, the mom says something, she can't even barely look at him or whatever. And then she's gone. 1 minute it's supposed to be that, the cousin's supposed to take the baby and they go searching and and then everything changes. She doesn't even take her car, according to Logan, that she gets in the vehicle with her mom, and then the vehicle is towed to where she, I guess her mom's place. And there's nothing, I don't know why people keep saying this, but there's nothing about a reserve. It was said that Malehya's mom lives in Wentworth on there. So again, make with it what you will, the information, because that's free choice on that one. Because I keep going back and forth. 1 minute I'm like, Daniel, those look real. And the next minute I'm like, oh, let me go back and look at that. Now, I just listened to a Sadie and behavioral panels guy, right? And then you're kind of like, it's like, dude, you're like, you literally think that Malehya, just by his little knowledge of the case, he doesn't get these striking red flags with Malehya, and yet he does with Daniel. And then when Daniel does this one part, when Daniel does this, and then it's like, camera. So, I mean, I believe you said that the one time. Was it you that was like, he's looking up in the camera type of thing? But anyways, and the behavioral panelist, I can't think of his actual name at the moment, he literally laughed when he watched Daniel do that, because it was almost like this big howl laugh of like, is he kidding me? Like that's not even a real freaking cry, dude. And so that kind of, and then I started going, hey, am I missing something here? Because so many of us think that Malehya's interview is odd, but maybe we're looking at the wrong person again here. So let me put it this way. Me, I flip-flop like a fish between the two of them. I don't believe Daniel. I don't believe Malehya at this point. I don't believe anybody at this point at all. It's about Jack and Lily, and it's about finding answers. What can this information do? It can help maybe give more insight into the truth. If a piece of information is out there that happens maybe never to have been sent into the police and they come across something from another person that sees it and they have information to offer to Nova Scotia and Pictou County there, to the Crime Stoppers, that's all I care about, right? That's the point of it, is that all information, according, especially when it's coming from them, and these can be validated. All they need to do is go to Daniel's phone. You can do whatever, validate, right? Anybody else he's talking to, validate and whatever. I mean, he's telling you, I gave them my phone. I asked for a lie detector. I'm doing all this. I'm doing all that. I'm the only one searching here with my family and stuff like that. Even though I swear he gave his family a slight, because it was weird the way he said it. He's like, something about my family's the greatest, my family's the best, or something like that. And then it was like, and yet nobody stayed to help in the search the second day and stuff like that. And I'm like, wait, is that a slight at your family? Because that's what it really came off sounding like. But then sometimes some people can run two things together, but it came off like that. Okay, Charmaine, you go ahead now. That's all I really kind of wanted to say about that part of it. I wanted to go see my Facebook now, see if somebody. I don't see a request from you, Kimber.
So I was gonna go back a little bit. I think it was a while ago now, but we're talking about certain things that I wasn't comfortable sharing out of those messages, and that, I mean, literally, it was all stuff that had no impact on finding Lily and Jack. It wouldn't have helped anything at all. So I hope y'all can believe that everything that would have been helpful or information that had been said elsewhere needed clarifying or something, it's all out there now. Anything that wasn't shared literally would not have helped whatsoever.
I think there's a few pieces there that might have given more.
I don't know about that. Just like the RCMP gets to decide if it's helpful or not. However, the way YouTube works, I think it would have caused more trouble than it would have helped.
Yes. And that's why that stuff was covered up, because it really didn't need to be in there, as long as you get the gist of what, the whole day has kind of been like. I think we get the gist of that, Malehya left and there's some sort of argument that happened there, according to the cousin, that what Daniel said and what the cousin said, are aligning, just for the sake of, what's that? Just for the sake of corroborating the different things that are said. But obviously, what the cousin said could be totally mimicking Daniel's own words, possibly a few things of her own. A lot of it, again, it's the cousin, what she's supposed to say, about her own cousin, right? They're close. And obviously, a lot of what she was saying, Daniel would know. Because, like I said, you could tell she was lying in a few spots. But again, it's because that was Daniel's truth to tell. And she just kind of got caught in a couple awkward spots there that you could tell where she wasn't saying. Like, it's just that it always bugs me when I know that person's not, they know the answer, but they're not saying it in a sense. But yet they're talking, out of their butt basically at the time, just to kind of avoid to answer it directly, that question. So just say, yes, no, I don't want to talk about it. Instead of, yeah, no, Daniel, yeah, he just thinks that the children, were, I don't know, abducted or whatever. No, he literally has his own thoughts. But it's Daniel's truth if he wants to tell that, so she just simply should have said, I'll let Daniel speak for that. But as for the children, so much, bottom line is, so Malehya leaves, gives him this look. and Daniel can't see the children. So what is up with that? What do you think? Because there's something going on there for that to happen. I don't know what it is.
Absolutely. Even if they're investigating this case, it's not like Daniel and Malehya weren't together in that house. So if one can't see the baby because they're suspected of something, then the other one would be in the exact same boat. Like
You think?
that's just the long and short of the truth of it, right? The reservation would not be helping hide these children still. They wouldn't do that because of the resources and the time and the money spent on this search and investigation. They would be criminally responsible for, you know, assisting in a covering up a crime. And I have a hard time believing that Malehya's mother has or knows where the babies are because of the same thing. At some point, it became international news, and it's huge. And the amount of searchers and the amount of time and money and resources that the authorities have put into this, I think by now somebody would have come forward and said something. I think that there had to have been some kind of an allegation there to impact Daniel's ability to see his kids, and they're probably investigating that, because there would be no good reason why he couldn't see his kids, even if supervised. That's
Did I lose their home? Did I lose the home? 1 second.
Right. They would mediate the situation. This is a month, and this is 5 weeks in, 5 weeks tomorrow, you guys, that they're not being hidden on a reserve. And if they are being hidden elsewhere, I mean, to me, that's best case scenario. And I hope so. But I hope the people that are doing it understand that they're committing a crime. You know, it's Canada, so if I say heavy punishment, I mean, you know, you're going to jail for a few years. I mean, but it's still, they can't do that. This is, if that's the case, then this is a domestic case. This is a family court issue. This is not a criminal investigation. It shouldn't be. So, I shouldn't say, but I mean, I don't think that they're that stupid. And for what point and for what purpose? Because the children that are missing, that are being hidden, are Daniel's stepchildren. He has no legal right to them. So if she wanted to leave with the kids, she could have left with the kids. This is not necessary. And that's why I mean, I feel bad because I think Daniel believes it, but I think he's wrong. I really do. So that's kind of what I have to say about all that. We did not show Donna's video. I did watch it today.
Oh, I'll show it. But Travis asked, while this family is entertaining. No, this isn't entertaining, Travis. This is information from the family. It's all part of the case. It's all inside information about what was happening the day of the children's disappearance. Anyone that doesn't know who Travis is, he's a lawyer out of Texas. He's a friend of the channels. He's been on the channel before. And but we all can have differences of opinions on anything. But Travis, he's been kind of coming in. I'm not sure how much he's up to date, obviously, with this case. But what's with the searching? So the searching, I mean, come on. They've been tirelessly searching in the woods. They just redid a search there. Yes, they brought cadaver dogs, as long as what we were told. They keep most everything close to their vest. They don't believe that it was an abduction. They basically felt like if the children were in the woods, they would no longer be alive. So it's kind of one of those things that's hard. But yet they went back in the woods because of those footprints. Again, just trying to figure out what happened to Lily and Jack, Travis. Did they really only have one scent dog? So no, they did. No, that was just the first morning. There was more coming in. Have they gone well with cadaver dogs? Right. Yes. Uh, they talked about it. They just never gave us an update exactly about the cadaver
Obviously,
dogs.
we haven't found anything.
Yeah. Can you bring up a map to the house? So this is the house, but it doesn't really represent the state of affairs that it was in. It's a lot more junk out front and stuff like that. But this is just off of Google Maps. Again, it's a very rural area. And so basically, again, did the kids go to the end of the road and, type of thing like that, unsupervised and get abducted? Now, both parents basically have had a story or maybe the truth of Jack and Lily, that they got out this sliding glass door, that they were sleeping, meaning Daniel and Malehya were sleeping. She was in and out of sleeping. And Daniel said that Lily had come into the room a couple times, and basically they were told to like kind of like hush down and whatever. They were called in into school sick, and we saw that in the other messages at 6:17 on Thursday, 6:18 on Friday. There's this oddity that Daniel's saying is that basically um, Malehya was like she got her hand caught in the cookie jar. She wasn't yelling the kids' names. She was on her phone. And that's why he references why the mother of Malehya shows up within 16 minutes when she lives an hour and 16 minutes away. So is that Daniel's narrative? Is it true? Is it not true? Don't know, right? We don't know. We don't know what we don't know. But so we can only take what's being told to us and again, look at it as logically as you can, but never knowing if what he's portraying is true because it's just coming from him, just like the Proudfoots, right? When you have Christopher and Katie, especially Katie, the mother, telling the storyline, does it make it true? Absolutely not. Is the stepdad an absolute narcissistic? I'm just going to call a spade a spade. He's a douche. Okay. He literally makes a joke out of Sebastian Rogers' case, goes onto people's lives. He only cares about talking about himself and acts like he claims about Sebastian. It's a very puzzling case like this one here. You go back and forth. But in Sebastian's case, it's like besides the people that want to smack their heads against the wall, maybe for thinking that Seth Rogers had anything to do with it, they can go right ahead. But it's been very clear that Seth Rogers has for 15, almost 16 months now, been searching for his son all the time. He's out there, he's full force. So there's something going on here that we don't know. But the thing is that if he's saying that Malehya gave him this look, that where she didn't want to look at him and she was out, right? Is that hence why? Is there something to do with Daniel that we are not seeing besides maybe people thinking that he's false tearing up and, all that stuff? Because if Daniel's lying, he's been telling a whole load of a crock of shit then, for sure. Like, is he trying to be the hero in front of the camera, being the voice for Lily and Jack? But why
Yes.
can't he? Right. So so it's kind of like Malehya left obviously for a reason. We don't know that reason. Maybe this is why she's not coming out. Maybe she's just doing what she thinks is right or her family thinks is right by staying low and let the police do their job. Let the RCMP do their job, you know? Whereas Daniel's coming to the forefront, basically I'm doing this and I'm doing that. I'm the one that cares about Jack and Lily. There's something strange about this regardless. Um, uh, I thought that was going to do something. As for Kimber, I can't find you on Facebook. I can't look anymore. I've tried. You're just going to have to add me to my Facebook. I'll drop the link again for that. Uh, and I think I seen Kent in here.
You
Kent
did.
in here? Okay. Hey, Kent. Biggest hugs, buddy. Okay. Thank you guys. Thank you, mods. Thank you, everybody. Please hit that like and the share button for Jack and Lily. Please. Right? You guys, we just want answers. What happened to Jack and Lily? Are they alive? Are they being hidden somewhere? Not to say it's on a reserve. Oh, I want to speak about that for a sec, Charmaine. And I hope Belinda doesn't mind. So this beautiful lady that had done the vigil, and why I knew the name as I was saying it earlier. Darn it, was it Lana? Lana, I think her name is. Anyways, so this beautiful lady um, offers, right? Basically, sends a whatever it out to ask if the Micmaci, if they wanted to partake in this vigil, right? So remember, there was this vigil for Lily and Jack. So instead of being an appreciative, they didn't do nothing, right? Instead, all they did, according to Belinda, is they put Lana to tears and basically said that they should have asked for the consent in order to do that. Like, so Lana is not part of no Micmaci or anything like that. But so instead of being grateful for the fact of doing a vigil for Lily and Jack, instead she got her ass chewed out to put her to tears because she didn't ask for the permission. The permission of these children that Daniel says weren't granted. You know, tried 3 times to get them into the whatever it was,
Status.
yeah, status, and then Daniel says, and then they disappear, and all of a sudden they're granted the status, and then Belinda said that Daniel was pretty off put by that, right? And then all of a
Absolutely.
sudden they give this lady poor Lana shit for not because they felt like that she should have had to have go through them for consent first before she did it. No, how about your freaking Micmaci tribe then, or get off your butts and do a vigil for Lily and Jack? But how ungrateful! Like, meaning they could have said this to her in a nice way, but instead they brought her to tears because she was supposed to somehow ask them for the consent when all she was trying to do was say, "Hey, we're having this event. Did you want to, if anyone wants to come or be part of it, you know, why don't they hold an event?" But I just want to say that. So biggest heart to you, and I'm pretty sure her name is Lana, but
Yes,
um,
Lana.
yeah, so biggest heart to you, Lana. You did the right thing. Don't feel bad. Brush it off. I'm so sorry that that's the way that they made you feel. This was about Lily and Jack. It wasn't about them. You did the right thing by inviting, but to get your butt chewed out by them, that's just wrong. I mean, like I said, like how dare they, to be honest with you on this one? This is about Lily and Jack. Nobody else has done anything. You don't see, and honestly, I do have to question how come there's no GoFundMe either? Everyone does a GoFundMe when these cases
Oh,
pop up.
I actually have something from Lana that she just did. Can I read it?
Yeah.
She says, our group can't sit here and do nothing. My daughter is going to make some car decals to sell. All money will go into an account as a reward to offer up. I've spoke with a family member and have the okay. We haven't figured out pricing as we have to figure out shipping. Just wanted to let you all know. My daughter or myself will post an update tomorrow. I also have to check with the RCMP to make sure it's okay, as the tips will be going to them. I have a few other ideas and we'll post more tomorrow. So, I mean, this group that is fully supported by the family they're doing what they can, and there is no
Do you want to
GoFundMe,
send me the post so I can put it up?
a reward.
Or send me
There's
the link?
Yeah, I will, and it should be. I mean, you should be. I can't send it. I can only message her. I can put a screenshot.
Yeah, just a screenshot. That would be good.
Um,
And actually, just share it with me, Charmaine. So take a
yeah,
screenshot and then just share if you could.
people are gonna tell me this is fake. Just saying.
Of course. But whatever. You know what? Again, we know we're doing the right thing. It's for Jack and Lily. Hope everybody else realizes that as well. It's for Jack and Lily. That's it. My little fan is blowing.
Um,
I just, it's been a month.
Present. Image file,
Okay.
video file, share screen. This one. Let's do that way.
Sorry if you guys, I'm not keeping up with comments and stuff like that. So sorry. They are
Do you see?
appreciative. Yeah. Add to stage. Oh, I have to take this one down. Remove. Active stage.
Oh,
Oh,
that's funny.
oh, that's tiny. Let's do it like that. There you go. Lily and Jack updates. Lana King's post. Okay. Yeah. So, all right. Uh, sit still. Sit here and do nothing. You know, my daughter Tyler King. Yeah, is gonna make some car decals to sell. Isn't that so sweet? You know what? Again, biggest love and hugs to Lana, to your daughter, just to anyone out there that honestly, especially if you live in the area of that, anyone that puts Jack and Lily first, you're amazing. Thank you so much. That's what this is about. It's all the answers. I know at the end of the day that we're hoping to get answers about what happened to Jack and Lily. But again, maybe there's a piece of information, because we know for full well that the true crime can solve cases as well. We saw it in, of course, the Gabby Petito case that helped show where, all because of a YouTuber. Okay. So at the end of the day, YouTubers can help. We're not useless. We can help. We can spread awareness really fast. All we have to do is hit a like and a share, get that information out there, and we can span it right across the world just like that. Yeah. I think that's so amazing, to be honest, how fast information can just spread, you know. Um,
P,
Go ahead.
it's
What?
hard. It's hard to. So, I mean, I can't. Obviously, I have no voice with the RCMP whatsoever. But I'll just say, in my opinion, I think it's because psychics are not a proven investigative science, if that makes sense. They may very well be listening, watching, searching all of these places that these psychics are saying, but they're not going to go public with it. So that's what I'll say about that. It's not, we're not the United States, right? They're, especially in a place like Nova Scotia, very East Coast, very down home, the psychics and stuff like that are not. I'm sure if one of them was right and they went to the wire road or whatever Donna was talking about, and that shack with the sunshine painted on it and stuff is very, very interesting. And I'm sure if they found something there, they wouldn't keep that to themselves, obviously. But I don't think that they're going to make it they don't make anything public, so they're not going to make it
Oh, wait a
public that
second.
they
Hold on
are
a second.
listening and they're searching. Do you know what I'm saying? They
Yeah.
probably are.
Hold on a second. Oh, I sent you a link though in Messenger. She's saying that, sorry, Sonny, there's no add friend on your Facebook. Some people have done it though. Mm.
Remy,
I
we don't know if Daniel has a record. That's private information here. There's no, you can't, you can apply for, to find out somebody's criminal record, but you have a reason to want it. You have to have a reason to want it, and being on YouTube is not a good reason. So, I mean, we won't know. We know of a convicted felon here that we were looking into in this case. Found out he's got nothing to do with it because he's in a completely different province. But we went to go find his criminal record, and we still, even though he's been convicted, went to prison, been let out, the whole 9 yards, we still have to apply to get even a mugshot here. Like there's none of that unless the media puts it out after the fact. Like as a regular citizen, good luck.
Shermane, because I really want to do this. I put out my personal thing, right? I have people add me if I give them my personal link, but um, Dogs Karma says that there's no add friend on my Facebook. I sent you a link though. You know what? Send a link. Let me do the thinking for you. Now that I thought about it, send me the link. Did you send it to my email by chance? Send it to at Crime and Shame, your Facebook link. Did you do that? And I'm missing it. Maybe they did that. Let me take a look. Um, sorry, Sherman, go ahead. I'm just trying because she made a tribute video.
No, I know, but
No.
did you
Oh, here. Wait.
you ask me to talk on something or something.
Yeah.
I don't.
Well, I says there's no link. I sent you the link though in Messenger. Yeah, I don't. Send me the link of your Facebook to my email, please. Do that for me, okay? Then I can get you.
So you know, in the States, you have all of these avenues or even like websites and apps and stuff that you can have that you can search somebody's criminal history or if they're on registries or all this other stuff. There's nothing like that here. Nothing. And it's disturbing. So much so that just a little side story that when we were looking into this not so good person who was convicted of terrible crimes against children, went to jail or prison and served his sentence and got released, and he was basically pushed out of the local area and nobody really knew or cared where he went because he was just gone. And I found out he was in Alberta, and just goes to show you how I know that there's these people everywhere. I really do. But now that I know there's one for sure in or around the same area that my grandbabies live in, let me tell you, I sent the picture that we found to my daughter. I was like, you let me know if you see this man. And I know they're everywhere. I know, but there's just no place that we can go and find that information. So when we get that information, it's like, oh, hyper vigilant against that guy. You know what I'm saying? It's nonsensical, but just because everything is so private here, it's good and bad. Yeah, Brandon probably knows exactly who we're talking about. Crochet, I'm Christian, do not mess with psychics. And a lot of people think that, and that's fine. Everybody's entitled to.
Okay. Oh, okay. There's her link. Hold on. Okay. So, Charmaine, let's play that. I'm just gonna look at my email, but let's play Donna's. Okay. And if you guys aren't into psychics at all for this one, but Donna Serafina, Reverend Lona Serafina, again, she has a very sad story to tell about her own, personal stuff that she's told, and how her path had changed and different things. And anyways, I know from the Vallow case that Donna smacked it right on the nose, that case. Like I said, trust me, guys, like I said, I mean, it's always a little bit insulting to think that we're so stupid, that we don't know how to judge people and stuff like that. Nah.
Whatever. They can think what they want. Listen, just for 1 second, just for Travis, and I only want to do this now to give people in chat a chance to type, because we've got a few First Nations people in the chat. So, and I don't want to speak on it because I don't know for sure what the implications are, but he says Lily and Jack are part of the whatever and are Micmac children. What are the legal implications of that? Please help bring Lily and Jack home. So what are the legal implications? Why can somebody in chat tell us why that part of the story is important, that they were denied
3 times?
They were denied 3 times before, but then when they go missing, all of a sudden immediately they are granted status, but yet Meadow is not.
Right.
So what are the legal implications, and why is that detail so important? Or is it important? Can one of you guys from reservations or First Nations tell me more about that? So, I mean, I've often wondered that too.
Valerie.
Like, it's interesting, but at the same time, so what's the point? Like, does it help them? Or does it just kind of like this whole thing about the vigil, right? So do they have, I guess, jurisdiction or more of a responsibility for these kids now that they're part of that First Nations group? Is that why it was significant, or am I wrong? I don't know, and Travis made me think of it. So if you want to pay Donna's thing, well, chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I got to make sure that there's no copyright song or anything on this video. And so
That's a good thing. So, I mean, insignificant to the actual disappearance, but just the resources that they would have available to them. possibly.
328 likes. Come on, guys. Lily and Jack, give it a like and a share. And I'll be right back. So I'll play this. This is Donna. I haven't heard it today myself. I seen it. Thank you. Ken send it to me as well. But let's play this. Got volume booster.
It's extremely important to look along the high wire towers, and there are these high wire towers near the family home. A listener has sent me photos of the high wire towers near the family home. I just want to go over them real quick, and I'm feeling like they could be here. Okay, so if you have a dirt road and you have the high wire towers off to the left, right, and the gravel or dirt road is basically a maintenance road, and it has an iron pole gate, but it could be left open, or ATVs could go around, or four-wheelers could go around. I don't know. I don't know. I just know that a gate exists there. And if you go in there and then you go about 10 feet off at some point on the right into the bushes, you might find what you're looking for, the area near the family home with those wires. And then the other thing to search is at 1610 Reservoir Switch Street, where that shape was, the water reservoir cover. I heard there's some high wires that run along the back of that forested property. However, it could also be that shape is a logo on a billboard or a sign or a gate, or it could be on other reservoirs as well. And then look at these photos, though. Look at these photos, because the person who sent this to me went back there and took a picture of this kind of shack type place. And it has a bunch of, I think, suns or flowers. I would totally look around that shack as well. Look at, there it is. So, but look off to the right of the dirt road. Okay. All right. Sorry about everything. Okay. And prayers for Jack and Lily. I'm Reverend Donna Seraphine. I thank you for joining me today. In the case of Lily and Jack Sullivan, I'm confident that some people will find what they're looking for along these high wire towers. The question I have is, has anybody searched off the dirt road or gravel road that runs along the high wire towers near the family home of Jack and Lily Sullivan? A listener wrote me a letter today, and I'd like to read it to you. It's one paragraph, and show you some pictures the person sent. Hi, Donna. I kept thinking about the steel power lines, the circle, and the gate. I took a few photos on my way home today. These photos are pretty well in Glengarry, near where the RCMP picked up the trail cams to look at. The photo of the gate is leading into a huge gravel pit. Lots of ATV and pipeline trails accessible from Lansdowne Station, but I think you will have to cross a paved country road somewhere, I would think. The little shed with sunflowers and suns painted on it is right up the road from where the RCMP collected the trail cams. Does the name Dryden Lake resonate in any way? The little shed with the sunflowers and suns painted on it is right up from the road where the RCMP picked up the trail cams. Thank you, Donna. You have some locals really thinking hard on our geography and landscapes. Best wishes. And these are the photos. Okay, so these are the power lines that run right along by the family home. There's some steel power lines near Glengarry Station. Steel power lines leading from Glengarry Station toward the direction of Lansdowne. Steel power lines running behind Glengarry Station near where the RCMP collected the trail cams. Gated road to the Glengarry gravel pit. Flowers and suns painted on a shed in Glengarry near the steel power lines and where the RCMP were asking for trail cams. I can't say it emphatically enough that to go along this dirt road, if it's parallel to those power lines, those towers, and then probably have dogs going walking along that road too, and probably they will go just off the right into the foliage. So if the power line road is on the left, the foliage and trees that eventually are on the right somewhere is really important to search. I'm Reverend Donna Serafina. I am a spiritualist reverend and a psychic medium. I want to thank you very much for joining my channel today. Please make sure you're subscribed and hit the notification bell. If you leave a comment, that really helps the algorithm. And if you share my videos, that's
Okay. So I don't, Ben, if you're still here, or Maud, can you put up Donna Serafina's link for her channel if you could, so we can put that up again. Perhaps, maybe, right? Information. Like I said, I'm not sitting here, of course, believing that everything she's saying is accurate or not. She doesn't know either. At the end of the day, I know the Vallow case. She nailed that. So if there's any person I'm going to respect of someone that actually has credibility to them, one of them is Donna Serafina. So again, if someone could grab her link from her channel, that would be great. I'm going to pull up this. If I get a copyright, I'm not going to get a copyright strike. I'll get a copyright claim. So Dogs Karma in here, Dogs Karma Dogs, made a video. There is some music to it. If I get a copyright claim, I'll just remove the sound from it. And because you can do that, right, when you get a copyright claim, you just simply, it turns red and then you have to fix your issues type of thing. So I'll do that.
Brenda, I don't think anybody has that information. She's got her personal information locked up tight. I've looked. I can't find, I mean, I can find her, but.
The res.
Is it a psychic though, or would that more be a medicine man?
Who's the res?
Reservation.
Like talking about the reservation, I think. Why not use him? I'm not sure. Thank you for doing that, Ben. No, it's more like about 9 seconds, to be honest with you. Trust me. I know that from when Stream Labs comes up, you got about 7 to 9 seconds, to be honest with you. But it's okay. It's okay. Thank you, Mary. I still don't understand this whole res thing, Valerie, who have spoken to you. Why not use him? I'm not sure on the people who you've spoken to. The res has just as many people who talk, though they don't have the right to speak. I have still no idea on there. Anyways, present. I'm not actually sure what you're speaking about, to be honest. Sorry, Valerie. Is that a channel? Okay, so I'm going to go to Facebook here. I guess I'm going to make this bigger. So again, this is in dedication from Dogs Karma Dogs, tribute video for Jack and Lily that you wish to share. Again, don't worry about it. If I get a copyright claim, I'll just get rid of the music or add different music to it. That's actually not copyrighted. So we'll just play it. No big deal. Okay. Let's do it for Jack and Lily first and foremost. That matters the most. So, all right. Let me turn up the volume here. Thank you very much for doing that. 3 minutes and 23 seconds, guys. Sorry.
They gave you a clue when they said no abduction. That's a big statement to make at this early in the game. 24 days since Lily and Jack Sullivan were reported missing.
Thank you, Valerie.
I will send out an army to find you in the middle of the dark night. It's
$343 likes. Thanks, everybody. Keep it going for Jack and Lily.
There are 3 helicopters in the air, and there are dogs as well involved in this search, drones too.
It's about saying a prayer, and we're gonna light the way home for them.
A paper lantern for 4-year-old Jack, another for 6-year-old Lily, released into the twilight sky as a beacon of hope.
Investigators remain committed to exploring all possibilities surrounding the children's disappearance. We want to thank all those who provided tips and information. Please know that we're fully engaged in finding out what happened to Lily and Jack.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. Again, that was Dog's Karma Dog in Chat. Again, thank you so much for spending the time to do that. I know how much work it takes to make a video and time and stuff like that. Trust me, the tribute video I did, awareness video, probably 6-7 hours just to do a 2.5-minute video. It takes a lot of gathering information. So for the sake of Jack and Lily, thank you for doing that. Just like I think his name was Clayton. No, sorry, I keep forgetting his name. I always get it twisted in my head. The song, the gentleman that wrote that song for Jack and Lily that I used in the, of course, tribute video, because I just wanted to honor that. So very much appreciative. Now just beware though, dogs. If I do get a copyright claim, I'm just gonna have to add some different music to it. That's not copyrighted. So just saying, thank you so much. All right. Why did Malehya ask her dad, the tracker, to help? Why didn't? Well, I don't know how close Malehya is to her father, and I don't really know enough to talk about that personally. But obviously, the dad said, I always keep making fun of this a little bit because it was like, baby girl, if this ever happens again, you know your daddy's a tracker. Why didn't you tell me? Type of thing. Again, don't know the relationship there. According to Daniel, Malehya's had, a lot of stuff, a lot of, horrific stuff in her life go on. But we don't know truly about all that stuff, right? So it's not really my place to say or story to tell. I just don't know. I just know that that's her dad, Henry Joseph Brooks, and not some uncle, like people are saying. But anyway, so don't know about that situation. Don't know enough about Cindy Murray. We can only go by Daniel's words and what he was saying, that, Malehya and that that Malehya didn't want to be there. Same thing that Logan said. As for, I know you said that. Actually, no, I'm not even going to say it, to be honest with you. But thank you, Kent. I seen what you put there earlier about somebody, about a different channel and stuff. But I'm not going to give that channel more recognition, and unless he smartens his ass up on there. But okay. So I do want to. Charmaine, did you want to say anything? Thank you, Turtle Gang. I think I've seen you
Um,
somewhere before. Dolly's channel.
yes, I think they came here from Dolly.
Thank
I
you.
want to say that I don't know what you were just talking about. I had to step away, but
That's okay.
I want to go back to things that I was reading and then a message that I received that I do, however, think that even if RCMP don't watch Donna Serafina or Aphrodite, I do believe that there are people that do follow them that are tipping that information in. And I honestly do have faith that they are following up on those tips. So even if they are searching those areas, you guys will never know unless they find something. And even then, they'll be hard pressed to say it was because of a tip, because of a psychic, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? That's just, I don't think that's realistic in Canada. But I do have faith that they are taking every tip seriously. And I would die on the mountain arguing that people have tipped that information in. So I think that we can be confident that they are searching all of these areas. And I mean, let's be real, Nova Scotia, it's not a huge province, but it's not a tiny area. There are more than one areas there with those tower wires or wire towers and shacks and the reservoirs and stuff like that. Like there's vast forested areas to be searched, and I'm sure they're following up on all the tips. We're just never going to find out about it. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
And if you believe, if in your heart you believe that that information hasn't been tipped in, then go tip it in. You can, if you're in Canada, there's an app that you can download to put tips in, and you pick your province and your county and stuff, and you could submit tips that way, or you can call the tip line and put those tips in just anonymously or however you want to do it. You don't have to say it's from a psychic or whatever, but if you're worried that they're not getting that information, just call it in. They looked in the water, the bodies of water, Travis. That's a lot of people looking, but very dense woods. Look how long that kid was missing and fell into that ravine. There wasn't even woods. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, it's possible, but my problem with that, Travis, is these are little children. I don't think they would have got far, number one. Number two, they haven't found a single thing, which, okay, maybe nothing fell off of them. But number three, the dogs didn't pick up a scent. The dogs picked up a scent to the end of the driveway and lost the scent at the road. So, I mean, and yes, there was a footprint found along the pipeline path, but the kids used to play out there. They used to wander out there with Daniel. And I'm saying with Daniel because I assume so. I assume they weren't allowed to go there by themselves.
And just quickly, so whether that's truthful or not, obviously the RCMP know exactly what time the phone call came in. Belinda did put up there again a post about 9:40 because that's what she was told by Malehya, which is what she said. So now we can see from Malehya's own posts or text messages between her and Belinda, 9:40, 8:30. It was 8 o'clock actually. If you listen to the audio that say Plunder has put up and the audio that's out there, it was 8 o'clock. That's why there was this big, debate about what time this exactly happened, because, like, how could it be that you fell asleep and you kind of woke up and then Malehya says, I tell Daniel, do you hear the kids? And then they make it sound like it's like a 20-minute timeline that they were searching for the kids. So, so again, there's different things out there. 9:30. What time did the actual phone call come in? Again, don't know. Actually, just can go by this. But do you believe it or not? Is the question, right? And but 8 o'clock is what's said on the audio. About at 8 o'clock. So something had to be done about. I mean, if Malehya's up at 6:17 or 6:18 Friday, messaging the school on Daniel's phone or whatever, then and like he says, he has proof of that. So don't know. Is it odd if Daniel is telling the truth? Is it odd that Daniel basically said that Malehya? It's like there was no reaction. There was like a look of worry, according to Daniel's mom, but there was no. It wasn't like this, urgency, and that she was on her phone, and then Daniel was like, "If this is true, remember, it's just his words." Uh, well, if the police arrived 12 minutes after the 911 call, how did Malehya's mom manage to get there 16 minutes after the phone call, considering she lives an hour and 16 minutes away? Is that suspicious? Yes. But maybe there was this plan of, who knows? Like, I don't know what happened. That's where we're confused. And this is where it's kind of like, by one token, you kind of think, okay, well, if I look at it this way, then, poor Malehya in a sense. And obviously something's going on for Daniel not to see the kids. And then if you look at it the other way, you got Daniel basically going out to the news, talking about how much he's doing to help find the kids, and that basically he's the only one that has a voice for the kids and stuff like that, and it's just weird. It's just all weird. And honestly, the truth is there somewhere. I still myself believe personally that there is something weird to this whole situation, and that someone within the family knows something. Could be totally wrong as well. But in this particular situation, my own personal, allegedly, hypothetically, whatever you want to call it, I just don't feel like there's something that's not going on here that's being honest. There's weirdness. And when you smell a rat type of thing or smell a skunk, it's because something stinks. And I just feel like it's kind of hard because you sit there and you watch Daniel, listen to Daniel. Why would he say he took a lie detector test and basically passed, type of thing? And is he that much of a deceptor that he can pass a polygraph test because he's really a very manipulated personality and he's portraying this person? Is that possible? Absolutely. He might be a very good con man in a sense. Or is it all genuine? Or is it genuine? I mean, he just tells the truth, but he does make comments that make me believe that he's being truthful. But there's no way I can't stink eye them both, to be honest with you, because whatever in the middle there doesn't make sense about Malehya just turning on him, considering that morning. So I don't know.
For me, it's more about, I know that he doesn't want to speak negatively of Malehya, but the fact is he was in the conversation he had with me. So,
well, that's
and I don't think that I think that he was trying not to, but that's why I think that a lot of what he had to say about that situation was the truth, because he didn't want to speak negatively about her, but
he was
the
just putting out the
truth and the reality is the reality. And in his words, it is what it is. So, I mean, to me, that's how I feel about it. Do I believe, well, I can't even say I don't believe what he told me because I do. Now, does that mean that I know for sure in my own heart that he has nothing to do with it? No, of course not. Like, I have no idea. But I think that everything he said was the truth, how he saw it. And some of it came out as negative against Malehya, even though he didn't want to be. The facts are the facts as he sees them. So, and I mean, I don't mean to go on about sticking up for Daniel or whatever I was accused of doing. But
Yeah.
It is what it is. Exactly what he said. It is what it is. And Sunny, before you get going again, dear Rippy was sending you a local article, she said, or he said, that had some family background in it. So
Okay.
Ben gave your email address. So I don't know if you want to keep an eye on that if it comes in.
Yeah. Okay. Will do. I see that there's people message me on It's a Crime and Shame. I'm not going to lie. It's a place that I never visit too often besides posting the thing on it. But I will go look tonight to see if there's some messages. I'm not going to do that now. At this moment, I don't like multitasking too much. I used to be good at it. Now I just kind of suck at it, to be honest with you. Hi, sunshine on a rainy day. It's kind of a shame, wasn't it raining? It was raining, right, on the day that Lily and Jack went missing. If so, wouldn't the rain wash away the scent? No, 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 no. And the footprints? Absolutely not. So depends how hard it was raining. But first of all, no, it wouldn't. I know that because of Sebastian Rogers' case when they were, because, I can't remember if it was raining, but they were talking about, I don't want to act like I'm a, dogologist and know that stuff, but I just remember from the Sebastian Rogers case, it doesn't matter, right? The scent, certain dogs have about 2 weeks worth of scent, like the bloodhounds or whatever it was, and other dogs have about a week's worth of scent. So the rain and that's not going to take that scent away from those dogs. But I don't want to sit here and talk like I'm knowledgeable. I just remember from the Sebastian Rogers case is that, no, obviously if they found footprints and it was raining, right? Obviously they found still footprints. So, but I just know that it's not that just rain washes away a scent and stuff like that. Maybe it probably, if it was a nice, bright, sunny day out and they were, somewhere warm, perhaps it would, maybe be a stronger scent. I don't know enough about that. People that know about dogs, like the Canine Jules, who has, a trained dog for scent and whatever. Her channel, Canine Jules, Jules. She could tell you all about dogs, I'm sure. Or somebody that's a dogologist that knows all about that stuff. So I don't see anything coming in yet on there. So I'm going to play a little bit of this, you guys. I'm not going to play the whole thing. It's 52 minutes long. But I'd like to play some certain parts because I was kind of thrown off. So me and Charmaine, and I'm sure a lot of you guys out there love the behavioral panelist. That's when the four men get up there and start talking about cases. In this case, Sadie, who's a newcomer to the YouTube, and you guys know we've given her plenty of shout outs. Ben, if you're still in here, or no, I'll do it. I got it. I got this. Hold on a second. So this is Sadie, the Prime Minister of Behavior. So I'm going to drop that link myself for anyone who wants to watch the full thing. I like to listen. Okay, now, if you want to talk about, with the behavioral panel, you want to talk about good analysis, right? Really true good analysis of a case. They truly are a great group of guys. And in this case, Sadie had asked, and I don't know his name. But
Greg Hartley.
What is it?
Greg Hartley.
Greg Hartley. So Greg Hartley, of course I knew his name, Greg Hartley. But anyway, so Sadie's a new channel. So please give love. And I'll drop the link here because, she's, like I said, I think she was a little bit rougher on her first time she was doing a video for this case. And then next time she was just like bam, 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 bam about certain things. But anyways, I'm not sure how many people have seen this already. But I did, it's always good to listen to everything, right? And then, of course, think about what they're saying. Does it mean that they're right all the time? Absolutely not. Does it mean
a crime and have to work through them?
All these other interpreters and stuff are absolutely right? No, they're just giving their opinions, and some of them, if they're professionals, right? They're just giving their professional opinion.
Educated opinion, though.
Educated, yeah. Same with Alexa. Alexa, a criminal profiler friend that was on here a lot, especially during Delphi case, and again. There's things that she's right about. There's things that she's not right about, but it's just profiling, right? It's the general consensus of certain things, how people say things, how they sign things. She's a graphologist and a body language, right? Now, you guys, a lot of you guys that are newer haven't seen Alexa. She hasn't been on this case. I need to ask her that. Now, on Saturday, I believe that John from Crime Scene to Courtroom, who's out of the UK, is going to be joining us on a live. I'm not sure if Charlamagne is going to be able to make it. It will probably be at, I don't know, somewhere between 12 and 2 my time here in the Pacific Coast time of Western Canada. And John, of course, is from England, where my husband is from, and that's 8-hour difference. Anyways, John is a very special friend of the channel's. We covered Nicola Bully together. That's kind of where we met, and through CD, actually. And just a great guy. So he's been following the case somewhat as well over there. And I was just like, well, let's do it. Let's do it live. So hopefully on Saturday, John and I'm not sure about Charlamagne because I haven't even talked to her really about that. Will cover this case. Now, I still don't see an email coming in. So whoever it was, Charlamagne, at crimingshame@gmail.com. So not
It was drippy. It was drippy.
Hey, drippy. Okay, drippy. So anyways, I'll play a little bit. Got the volume up. And I'll just play.
And that gave me a whole new insight into this, how these skills work. So your life skills are going to do the same for you. And no two of us will have exactly the same skill set, which is what I think is beautiful about this thing.
Absolutely.
So today I got up at 3 a.m. to leave the place I was in. I was in the airport and I was going to send this to you at 4 a.m. And I was like, yeah, that's a little bit early.
I was up.
Oh, yeah, I figured you might.
He's just so happy to have
digging through videos, and I really wanted to cover this case you guys are dealing with because I think we can add some value as a team. But I don't think we're going to. I think it needs some immediate action. And you and I both agreed, let's just look at it. Mm-hmm. And I found 20 seconds of a clip that I just went, oh, I need to call Sadie. And that's how we got started on this conversation. And you said, well, you wait till you see see the mother. So I'd seen the father.
Yeah.
Realized I have not seen anything of the mother. Sadie's pulled some clips, and we're going to talk about those. I'm not going to preach. We're going to talk. How's that?
Perfect.
Me and my family still go out sometimes and search, but everything's been searched that we can really dive into at this time. They have over 12,000 man hours searched in the woods, and they're planning on doing more, which I'm really grateful for.
First off, what was your immediate response when you saw that 10 seconds, 20 seconds, whatever it was?
So I noticed before in another video that he did, he talks very, he speaks in finality. He doesn't say, oh, it's ongoing, He talks as if the search is already done, like it's like, oh yeah, we did that. We searched everything. It's, it's done.
Yeah, and some people do that.
Right.
Usually you don't think they'll do that when there's hope for their child. Some people talk about everything in past tense. One of the things I always push back on statement analysis about is some people just are educated differently. I'm not sure he's the smartest guy in the world. So I can't tell by this video, but I did see a couple of things. But yeah, it seems pretty closed-ended. Not, hey, can you help us? Right. Not, hey. I mean, for me, if my kid was missing, I'd be like, hey, guys, we've done everything. We know how. How about you help us? Write in, send ideas, do anything. Look, you got a cell phone. Take pictures of any little kid footprints you got.
Yeah.
None of that's there. Nothing. It just feels like, well, they've been gone a few days. All right, maybe we just throw in the towel now.
Yeah.
It just feels awkward. Yeah, that part feels awkward. I agree with you.
It really feels like at the same time, it also has been over a month now at this point. I guess the interview was a few days ago that this happened. Okay. So it's been almost a month at this point. So I feel like at that point you would likely be.
Yeah, you'd feel pretty destitute. And I say this all the time. Usually you're lost everything. I mean, I don't share this all the time, but we lost our son. Mm-hmm. And in 3 weeks, I had and God, I can't know how Dina even got through it, but in 3 weeks, your personality is gone. You're so emotionally wrung out. You just can't. I mean, it's unimaginable. And a lost child is probably as bad or worse. Mm-hmm. There's the lost child, at least there's still that glimmer of hope at the end.
Right.
But I don't know. The thing for me that made the reason I called you, the reason I texted this though, is we want you to go back and watch as we talk about this. And Sadie's going to figure out how to make that really pretty because she does that for us all the time. But this guy, his speech patterns change as he's talking about where they have searched. he's got a pretty good little clip going there.
Families still go out sometimes and search, but everything's been searched.
And then he goes to
everything's been searched.
And you know, I always say what's going on is the monkey brain is taking over. That cat brain, this is when the guys always joke around when I said I'm bringing a monkey to the dance. I work really hard to get people to this position where they can't think.
Right.
And he is trying to figure the right words. And he says, dive in.
Dive into at this time.
Not only does he say that, his shoulders come up and he bounces a little bit when he says it. And it's out of place. Everything, go back and watch cadence, watch pronunciation, watch volume about dive. Watch all those pieces and tell me what you see, or what do you see, Sadie? Because this is out of his base and a weird choice of words. If I were talking to law enforcement, I would start searching the water around this place. Mm-hmm. That's a weird choice of words. Maybe he says it all the time.
Everything's been searched that we can really dive into at this time.
My little suspicious brain is going, something's up here. Mm-hmm. Embedded confessions look just like that.
Wow. When you sent me that message and you gave me that timestamp, I went right to it and I saw that, and I hadn't even put that together before you had said that. And it was so shocking to see that.
Yeah, it's just such a weird word pattern change. And look, when we talk about body language, what we're really talking about is change, because all of us communicate. And, you know, I always say this, 3 pieces, 2 pieces. The 3 pieces you communicate with are gestures, illustrators, and regulators. And the 2 pieces that protect you are adapters and barriers. We expect a person to be fluid and speak and move their hands. He's not doing that we can see. His shoulders go up when he says dive is the only time we see any real movement. He's communicating something, whether it's intentional or not is another question. Is he communicating we don't know where else to look, we're hopeless? But dive is a weird choice of places there. So I think I'd dig in a little bit if I were the police.
Wow. Yeah, that's great.
Weird.
Wow.
Please, Charlene, I wasn't sure if you wanted to add anything in there, because I mean, it's things like that, right? Like I didn't pick up on the word dive, but I know that someone that's trained professional, you know, might pick up on certain things like that, and the shrug of his shoulder and
he keeps saying he doesn't know his baseline, and right. It's too bad, like he said at the beginning, that the team isn't going to do this case because it needs immediate action. But like I said, it's like tomorrow will be 5 weeks, and immediate action is, I mean, that day is done. So I think, to me, and probably we'll never see this, but to me, their input, I think, would be extraordinarily valuable. I really do. They don't just read body language, they do statement analysis, and
they do it all.
They're all very highly trained men. They're very respectable in their profession, and I think that their input, even in the community here, would be very valuable. And I hope he reconsiders now that he's actually seen the interviews, and hopefully his team has seen him, you know, with Sadie. But to me, just really quickly, this seemed more like a training exercise with Sadie. With Greg here, this didn't seem like he was, because he hadn't looked at them. And he actually, in this video, he actually kind of goes through what his process actually is when he's doing this with his team. And this is not it. So
right.
Don't say anything negative about what he's doing here. It's more, to me, for Sadie's benefit. And
right. Exactly. You know,
I think she's doing well.
Yeah. And so again, please give a shout out there, you know, to Sadie. Subscribe to her channel. Again, she's up and coming. You can see here. Like I said, thank you for being professional about it, for Sadie, for this. Like I said, we're not psychologists over here. We're not body analysts, but do we have our natural instincts of, you know, when you're watching something and seeing something, right? They're so more tuned in than whatever we could be, you know. Does it make them right all the time? Absolutely not. But I love watching stuff like this, where you literally have good people that are giving, you know, like, just, right? You don't see them slagging off channels on stuff like that, you know, because these are professionals that are doing it, and they're just very classy, and I really love this. And again, so please support Sadie's channel, you guys. She's just over like 2K subs, and we already promoted her channel before. I love promoting channels that rightfully deserve to be promoted, you know. And so for me, I will continue to watch what Sadie's analysis is on this. Somebody just asked a question. So yeah, they did say who the family members were, you know, like that were there. Like they put that out in an article, you know, like basically it was like it was on camera, right, Christina? So the RCMP and obviously had video footage of seeing Lily, Jack, Baby Meadow, Daniel, and Malehya. So they didn't include, I don't think, others that there in that article, and not that there wasn't more, but they just basically put out that the family, all those ones were seen, and they were seen on camera footage, right? Okay, so shout out at Crime and Shame, as well as the crew. You're amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you for speaking the truth and facts, nothing else. You know, again, I want to say this. If it was like, we're covering the case regardless, whether or not regardless family was speaking, right, to us. It just so happened that I was grateful enough that Belinda added me, and she just saw a channel that she felt like was truthful and honest. She just said she felt it, right? And I get that. When you see people who are sincere and honest, people that have those same qualities will see that, right? And then those other ones that will try to bring you down no matter what. But those people, it doesn't matter to me. It's about Belinda saw that this channel was just trying to always give out facts and honesty. So I can't thank her enough. The fact that she has shared so much information with us in the fight for Lily and Jack. And that's what I promised, right? That's all I wanted to do, was just make this about Lily and Jack. The drama stuff, whatever, can go away. But sometimes you have to play those stupid games with people, you know, because drama does create circulation of information. It does. But it's one of those things, you know, you play the game for a couple of days, people are sitting there going, she's falling for this or she's falling for that and stuff like that. Makes me actually laugh because, again, if anyone actually, if channels would actually sometimes have watched this channel and realized it, but they're too lazy, a lot of them, right? They just want the information and run off with it back to their own channel, you know. But I'm just appreciative of the sincerity of people that truly care about Jack and Lily, want answers. That's what Belinda has been giving us. Doesn't mean it's factual, everything, or Daniel that they put out. Doesn't mean nothing. It just means it's just more insight into that day. And then, of course, the RCMP, hopefully, you know, will find out the truth of it all. But the more we share vital information that some people might think is nothing, like, you know, it didn't dawn on me with Belinda until the other day, really. I was like, well, I mean, she said she had sent her the post, like about the 9:40 time. And honestly, I just thought it was like maybe a message or two that Malehya had sent to her. I didn't realize it was more of a pretty decent conversation on the second there, right? And so I'm just so grateful to that, because it's able to provide you guys with more knowledge. Isn't that what everyone seems to want? This thirst for knowledge on cases, you know? So again,
I've got something to share there. It's not about this case, but it's about the area. It's
sure.
Thank you, Heidi, who I think is a new sub, so she's not able to.
Heidi. I think it's Heidi. I think she was trying to send me something on It's Crime and Shame. Is it Heidi or Helen?
Mine is Heidi.
Okay, different then? Okay. Okay,
so
go ahead.
I'll just read this to you. This is interesting as all get out. This was 2 days ago from the RCMP in Nova Scotia. East Hants District RCMP has charged a man with offenses against a child that occurred in Admiral Rock yesterday at approximately 3:20 p.m., so 3 days ago. RCMP officers responded to a report of an abduction on Motor Road Officers learned that 2 children were riding their bicycles when a man standing at the end of a driveway flagged them down. The man, whom the children did not know, grabbed one of them by the arm, entered the nearby residence with the child, exposed himself, and uttered threats. The child screamed and ran out of the home to get help. The 2 children were not physically injured. RCMP attended the residence where the incident occurred and arrested a 34-year-old man from Admiral Rock. He's been charged with kidnapping, invitation to touching, indecent act and exposure, assault, and uttering threats. So I'm not 100% sure where Admiral Rock is, but that is so creepy that these things happen. You can't say all the time, but they happen. And that's 3 days ago. And I didn't hear about this one. I've heard about other ones just in Nova Scotia, and probably making the rounds on YouTube more right now because of Jack and Lily. But I mean, mind blown. You know what I mean? These people are everywhere. Are you there, Sunny?
I guess I'm muted. Yeah, they're just everywhere. They just are everywhere, these ones, these sickos on there. I'm just, Drippy sent me something, so I'm just trying to look at it.
See, Admiral Rock is only 1 hour from where Jack and Lily went missing. I mean, that's not that far if you have a vehicle. If you're on a mission, and I'm not saying that they were abducted by a stranger, but is it possible?
It's possible. I mean, it is possible. Whoops.
Nova Scotia? Miranda, don't make fun of me.
Okay. I'm going to put this up too before we go back. Drippy just sent this in. So let's take a look at this as well. Okay, so missing person of interest. One of the most critical ways that the security of the Indigenous women and girls is jeopardized as a result of the generational trauma that marks many Indigenous communities, families, and relationships. Final report, National Inquiry, June 2019. There's no doubt that the integrational trauma was a factor in the disappearance of Jack and Lily Sullivan from their home in rural Pictou County last week. This is okay. So we just don't know the whole story yet. As readers, we will be familiar with Lily 6 and Jack 4 have been missing since May 2nd when police received a 911 call that they had wandered away from their ramshackle mini home on Gairloch Road in Lansdowne Station. In separate interviews, the child's mother, Malehya Brooks Murray, the stepfather, Daniel Martell, told mainstream media that the children had slipped out of the sliding door while they were still in bed with their 1-year-old daughter. The police were called when they awoke at 10 a.m. So, according to Malehya, it's 9:40. Intergenerational trauma exhibit, Malehya's original story. She's the daughter of Cindy Murray and Henry Brooks. Geez, someone kept saying it was uncle yesterday. Henry Joseph Brooks, and a member of the Sipekne'katik, okay, First Nation. Butchering it probably for sure. Sorry, guys. The relationship didn't stick on account of Henry's penchant for violence. Okay, so we do know that about him. Maybe that's why Malehya never said anything to him. Maybe they're not very close. Henry had already started building his rap sheet when Cindy put the run into him in the early aughts, but Henry wouldn't stay away. Malehya was barely out of diapers when Henry beat up Cindy and was convicted of assault and forcible entry in 2004. As if this wasn't enough to put Henry on the RCMP. So there is articles out there, you guys, in the actual articles where you can look them up, okay? Henry on the RCMP's person of interest list. Consider the rest of his rap sheet. Henry's greatest hits. Yeah, okay, I have actually seen part of this before, actually. 2014, sentenced to 2 years of federal time for drug trafficking, theft, and weapon charges. 2015, another 6 months in custody plus probation for assault with a weapon and assault causing bodily harm. Which brings us to last week when Grandpa Henry came out of the woodwork to say, "Baby girl, why didn't you tell me when this happened, when this first happened? Please never hold nothing back from me ever again. I love you. Next time, I love you, baby. Next time something like like that happens, you tell me right away. Baby, I'm a tracker." I don't know what this man was thinking when he typed that. All right, seriously. It's just so ridiculous, that whole wording.
It is ridiculous, but at the same time, I mean, I'm playing devil's advocate here, but you'd always think that, you know what, we're going to find them, but if this ever happens again, you know what I mean?
Daddy's a tracker.
I don't think that anybody, I don't think
I
that
know.
anybody would be here 5 weeks later with no answers, no clues.
Yeah. I mean, to me, if he is a tracker, you know, I mean, good on him. I watch those tracker shows. So shortly after the kids disappeared, Malehya fled to her mom Cindy's house in Wentworth, which we heard. Then she blocked Daniel on social media. Daniel has no criminal record. Obviously, they're connected on Facebook again. Whether Cindy's has control of Malehya's Facebook, I don't know. But either way, they're connected on their Facebooks because Malehya's Facebook came up, and you can still see that they're connected. If they weren't, you wouldn't be able to see her name whatsoever.
It could be an old profile, though. Is it his?
No. It's her current one. It's the one
his current one, because I know he has two. One from
no, but one's old, right? It's his current one, the one that you speak to him on, the one that you have spoken to him on. It's the same profile as that, and then there's her profile, which went down, and then when she brought it back up, it shows that they're connected still. So they are. Because again, I have her profile when it went down, then when it went back up, and his. And bottom line is that if they could talk to each other, they probably could be. Who knows what game's going on with this whole situation? I don't know. We don't know, guys. It's just very strange, for sure. Sorry, let me go back to that. Okay, so then she blocked him. Daniel has no criminal record. His only charge, right, that's when I remembered seeing. His only charge as an adult was for simple drug possession in 2011, and it didn't stick. Cindy subsequently confirmed that Malehya's relationship with Daniel has ended. What can it all mean? Of course, there's okay, that means Daniel was left holding the bag. Okay, let's see, Halifax. I'm not sure what all that is. Okay, and I think that's it for that. Okay, I did actually see that before, but thank you for sending that, Drippy. Yeah, I did take it down, right? All right. I thought for a second you guys weren't even seeing what I was seeing, but I already knew you were. Okay, so hold on a second. I gotta go back. So anybody want to say anything about that before I go back to share screen here? What am I doing, Charmaine? Present. Share screen. I'm going to go back to this. So is there anything that needs to be said?
I think that it's pretty fair to, I mean, put yourselves in their position if there was something going on and Malehya decided to leave and stay gone and block him and this and that, and he doesn't understand why, and you know that. I mean, I think we can parse together what they're both thinking, if that's the actual true scenario. Like, she wanted away, and so she's away, and he has no idea or thinks that he can get her back, and we're all thinking that he's only focused on that. And sorry, I'm just kind of going off of what's going on in chat a little bit, but I don't think that there's anything to do with Jack and Lily missing, hidden in the blocking of Daniel on Facebook, or still being connected to Daniel on Facebook. I don't think there's anything to glean from that. You know, it could be a domestic issue, why
Could be.
Did what she did, and it could be that her mom took her or whatever. Like you never know. But I don't think these details have much hope in helping find Jack and Lily or what happened to them. Absolutely, but that particular thing, the Facebook stuff, I don't. I don't.
Mm-hmm. So my thing is this still, is that to sit there and go that, Malehya absolutely did this, or that Daniel absolutely did this, or that Daniel and Malehya absolutely did this, or the mom absolutely did something with the children and stuff like that. I think it's realistic to speculate and talk about opinions about certain things that seem like red flags, but I don't think it's very wise to be so one-sided, that everything really should be looked at as a whole, knowing that we don't have the answers. So to sit there and say blame or accuse when we don't even know the truth of the matter, it's a mix. It's a mix, right? We're all looking at Daniel. We're all looking at Malehya. We're all trying to connect the information somehow to give us the story of what potentially could have happened to Lily and Jack, when the truth is we don't even know if any of them had anything to do with it at all. So I don't want to be caught in that position myself, like Delphi, that I put myself in that position where I felt like I'd done my due diligence, and I was like, this BG is not getting away with it. I'm going to call you out because obviously nobody else is aware of who you are, talking about pie in my face. Okay. Because I pride myself on my work ethic, on who I am as a person. That humbled me in a sense to realize that it's not healthy just to pinpoint one person and think that the story is told, or that the story exactly. It's healthy to me to look at a case when we don't know the answers and just look at it from a perspective of, okay, is this a red flag? Does this make you think that perhaps Daniel's lying? Or is what's happening here? And just look at the information. But as a whole, considering we don't know nothing, we don't know if they still might be found, like in the wires there, the tower wires there, where Donna Serafina's been talking about, or where the footprints we're talking about myself. So I just want to talk about the case, but to sit there and accuse anyone, absolutely, or whatever, absolutely not. Because we could sit there, and if I was taken, let's just say I believe that Daniel absolutely took the lives of the children or something like that and was hiding it, and he was whatever, I'd look like a total idiot again, right? Like Delphi. I look like a total freaking idiot. I mean, I covered Delphi because of care, but it just was a learning curve because it was my first time really into the true crime at all. And I was watching, that case is just horrific, Delphi. It's an absolute abominable nightmare, along with the LE out there. Like the case was just a nightmare beyond hell, to be honest with you. And I don't cover it anymore. I'll never forget it. I don't cover it. As far as I'm concerned, Richard Allen, you have a special place, in hell when it comes to the girls. You were, to me, absolutely guilty. You were found guilty by your peers in a sense. And so, that case for me is done. I don't care about the appeal part. Whatever happens, happens. Bottom line is, always the case was about Abby and Libby and finding justice for Abby and Libby. Same thing happens here. I can't tell you if Daniel or Malehya is lying and they actually had something to do with it. My gut says that this is family member involved because that's the most likely scenario here. Does it make it true? Absolutely not. But I just want to sit here, talk about the facts and discuss, but not put any blame on anybody because we just don't know. And I'm not going to put, like I said, I don't want this channel to be like that way. I just want us to be observant of everything that's being shown to us and see what maybe an answer might be, without knowing. Fair enough. What's that, CD buddy? Oh my goodness. There's my buddy. Hey, CD. So CD, you guys, is from Delphi case. That's where I met him. He's the one that introduced us to John from Crime Scene to Courtroom. CD, John should be doing a live with me here on Saturday. Anyway, CD's a retired police officer. I always love CD because he's a straight shooter. He's just a straight talker. Actually, I would love to hear CDs if he's been following this case or not. But as a police officer, a retired one, by the way, he's just like I said, he's just a tell it like it is type of person, straight shooter. Doesn't mean he's right on talking about certain things. No, it's just like I said, if you don't know the answers, you just don't know. But I always love his perspective. So, anyways, my buddy, you know how much I love and care about you so much. I hope sometimes we go time without talking, but I know CD's always there. If he messages me, sometimes I go a little bit longer, and then all of a sudden I see a message from D. And I was like, damn it, I meant to message you, just like Alexa. I keep meaning to message Alexa. I'm not the greatest person that way. Anyways, nice to see you, bud. I will definitely catch up. Have been busy, and it's great seeing the channel booming. No, yeah, you know what? At the end of the day, CD, like I said, he's a truthologist himself. You guys would love him to come up. He's just, like I said, a straight shooter. That's what we love. That's what I love, the fact of Belinda seeing in this channel as well. And Belinda telling Daniel, right? Now, unfortunately, things transpired in a different light with Daniel because of what he's saying about his, pretty much his dueling love for Malehya still and stuff like that. Again, we don't know the situation. It's like he's talking about her in a bad light, but doesn't want her to be shown in a bad light. Trust me on this one. Her interview in itself put her in a bad light with a lot of people. We tried to do Daniel right. I guess, again, we know that people send things. Her Facebook was already down. But unfortunately, he did stop talking with Charmaine, but that doesn't mean that we don't care about putting out the right information. Again, if he's a truthologist and wants the truth out there, then you got nothing to hide. Right, Daniel? And that's exactly what it is. There's certain information we did not share because those are certain information about the investigation more so, or things that he said he didn't want to talk about, like the drones and stuff, because he was asked not to. But other than that, bottom line is whether he's guilty of something or innocent of something, but it's just that all we wanted to do was put out their truth or the truth, or at least if it's not deemed as the truth, it's still coming out of the horse's mouths, right? If anyone's going to give you the information, whether or not you believe it or not, it's going to be the family members that have insight into the day, into like Belinda talking to Malehya, nice conversation that they were having in a sense. There was some definitely little quirks there for me to look at but I think that more comes again to about, I think, Malehya trying to perhaps both of them project like they were supervised. But then there's that side that goes, well, okay, is this true about the mother showing up very fast? Was this something planned already? Like what happened there from the second to the third, that something transpired where Malehya looked at Daniel in a certain light, because just like Daniel has a story to tell, Malehya's not telling her story because obviously she's hiding and not coming forth with any information. Is that a bad thing for her? Maybe. I mean, people just want answers, right? But is it maybe a good thing that she's doing that as well and just letting the RCMP do their jobs? Maybe that's the best thing as well. So we don't know the story, so I'm not here to sit there and accuse anyone of anything besides definitely a bunch of red flags somewhere in the middle of all this. That's all I gotta say about that part now. Did you have anything more to say, Charmaine, or can I hit play? Or do you need to go? Do you actually need to go?
That's just really interesting, Mama Angie. He stopped talking to everyone. A CTV reporter on a podcast said he isn't taking any more media calls. And honestly, that doesn't surprise me about Daniel at this point, because everything that he says is under the microscope. And I think a lot of the reason for that is because Malehya is not speaking. So everybody wants information. So when Daniel speaks, we all listen. But then we never stop covering it and analyzing it for days and days. So
yeah,
as much as I hate to admit it, it's probably in his best interest to stop talking to the media at this point. And he's probably been advised to.
Maybe. But like we all know how this happens in true crime, right? Some people, like Daniel, start talking. And then all of a sudden, right, it gets to the point where you're like, you know what, it's just getting twisted around anyway. So, forget it. I'll just drip news information to the news, just da. So it's a kind of a catch-22 a bit. But the thing that still strikes me with Daniel is that he said the truth, like it is what it is. The truth is what it is. And that if you're telling the truth, then you got nothing to hide. Because, right? So that's the thing. If Daniel's telling his truth, it doesn't matter what any naysayers say about him. If he's telling his truth and knows it, that's all I would worry about. Like I said, so, he seems to be a pretty strong-headed type of personality. He doesn't seem like he's a little wuss that rolls over. He seems like he does seem somewhat, and this could be wrong, but when people don't give eye contact like he does, like he totally does what Katie Proudfoot does, is that he looks down, then looks up, and then looks down, and, and stuff like that. But to me, if you're telling the truth and you got nothing to hide, then you fight for Lily and Jack. If that's what you're fighting for, then who cares? Who cares in your road? They don't matter. It's like a freaking parting of the sea there, and you just go for it. And that's what I said I love about Belinda, is that she wants to know what happened to Lily and Jack, and that's why she keeps, share the information. Go ahead, share the information, because she sees that course of it's for Lily and Jack. So I say to Daniel, if you ever come across this stream, Daniel, if your truth is your truth, then keep telling it. If you're fighting for Lily and Jack, keep fighting it. I sent Malehya the tribute video that I made. Didn't get a response, but again, maybe she's not in control. Maybe she is. Maybe people just don't care about that or not. Belinda certainly appreciated it, for Karma Dogs, for making that tribute that we played earlier on the live. Again, some people that aren't even family members care so much about this case that they literally do stuff, write a song. This channel makes a tribute video. Not everyone's capable of being, artsy fartsy that way and stuff like that, but everyone can still do a little part, and that's hitting the like and the share for Lily and Jack. But that's all I got to say with Daniel, right? If he's so adamant that the truth is the truth and the truth will come out, then just, again, no barriers in your way. Don't worry about what people are saying. You just go for full frontal with it. And at the end of the day, trust me, Daniel, unless this is a wicked game that you guys are playing, you've lost Malehya, unfortunately, right? There's probably no coming back from this, through it all. Maybe there is, maybe there's not. But please, don't put Malehya ahead of the children of Jack and Lily. That's the part that's bugging me, is I keep seeing him worry more about what Malehya is going through than the fight for Jack and Lily. I want to see him fight for Jack and Lily. If Jack and Lily are the goal here, then you know what? Malehya is second, right? To children. Anybody is second to children. So that's what I would like to see, that Daniel just keeps speaking his voice if it's the truth. And Malehya, if you don't want to say anything about your children or that's your given right. But I love it when family members don't care what the media says or social media says, like Seth Rogers, get out of my way. I'm coming through. You're not stopping me. And I'm doing this. Amen, Sonny. Preach it. You got it. Okay. You think Mike thinks I'm still? You think he might tell me to?
I think by this time he'd be like, oh my God.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Is she still talking? Oh my God. Yes. Don't watch the channel. Don't watch the channel.
My bad.
Okay. Now, my thing is to you, do you need to get going? Because I don't want to keep you. I got time.
I'm going to get up early. I got another long drive tomorrow, so I'm going to go and listen and chat. And thank you, everybody. It's been sliced. Have a good night.
Charmaine's already seen this. So love you, Charmaine. Thank you so much. Thanks for joining. I'll ask you about Saturday as well. She still hears me. She still hears my voice. Okay. So now thank God she's gone. My God. She would not stop talking. Just kidding. All right. Brenda, yep, very true. If they sense deception now, we would have poked a little bit. Same time, they won't scare him just yet. Kids, yeah. If you guys, CD's in the house here, right? Again, he's out of the United States. On that side of the, I guess, Northern America. And so if you guys have, in chat there, like you guys are doing, CD there, he'll sit there and answer you to the best of his knowledge. Even if he doesn't know a lot about this case, it's still from a retired police officer's point of view and how things work. I know this is Canada. I get that. And things are done differently in certain ways. But, I think when it comes to investigations and stuff like that, we might hold things closer to the vest. But I'm pretty sure that the same routine happens whether they're in the United States, UK, and stuff like that for the most part. Yeah. So let's go back to this again, guys. I'm going to put up there. Again, if you haven't subscribed, and you guys, if you guys do subscribe, make sure you let Sadie know that you're coming from our channel because, we've been supporting it. And I just want her to know that your guys' love, is coming from the It's a Crime and Shame channel as a subscriber because I really do. Like, we always, even when we were like, even though we're not a big channel, but when we were smaller, we help many channels get to 1,000 subscribers, even though I know YouTube has changed a little bit since then. But, and any time that I deem someone that you just really want to help because they're a good person, sometimes it comes to bite you in the ass and they're not, but whatever. Okay. But, of course you want to help them out. Right. And with Sadie, came across her, really enjoyed her, just want her to grow her channel. If we can help her out, then help her out. Okay. I know, CD, you need to come up here too with us, talk about this case. But anyway, love you, buddy. Thank you. So I'm going to play some more.
So now we can watch
The mom.
Yeah, let's watch.
I haven't seen her yet at all. So this will be interesting. And sorry, guys, we haven't gotten to this on the channel, but I think it's more important to say that you do it because you're local, you reach more people close. And yeah, and thank you for bringing me on.
Oh my gosh, thank you for being here. I told you this is like a dream come true. This is like
don't be silly. This is your family.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
I'm just staying as hopeful as possible. I want them home. I want to hold.
Hold 1 second. Sorry. I'm going to stop that for a sec just because I'm going to answer CD. So CD, basically what happened was in the morning, right, on Friday, the kids were called into school sick. They had a PD day on Wednesday. They were called into school sick, apparently at 6:17 on Thursday, 6:18 on Friday. Okay. And so basically, the Daniel and Malehya were in bed with baby Meadow. Okay, so Daniel and Malehya have a baby together. That's baby Meadow, and she's about 16 months old. Okay, now according to Daniel and Malehya, that basically Malehya says that she was in and out of sleep, although we know that she obviously called. They were awake for her to use Daniel's phone and whatever. But anyways. So Daniel says that Lily came in the room a few times, basically, like to quiet down because baby Meadow, obviously is a baby to sleep and whatever. Then the story kind of goes that that Malehya, the mother here, says to Daniel, I tell Daniel, do you hear the kids? And they didn't. So apparently they get up out of bed. And there's no sign of Jack and Lily. Now, according to their story, is that this door, sliding glass door in the back, and if you've seen pictures of the house, I don't think anyone would deem this door as silent, okay, because it's a rundown modular type of home. And so basically, according to the parents, that Lily and Jack went out in the sliding glass door, and then Malehya, you'll hear it here. Then, in hindsight, basically, but we didn't know it at the time. How would you not know it at the time that these kids were playing? So, how did you know? That's what I want to know. How do you know, Daniel and Jack? Because if your mother doesn't, right? She only came out when Daniel started yelling, according to Daniel. Right. So Daniel's mother, Janie, has a dog. She lives in the trailer, the fifth wheel, right? Parallel to the driveway. Right. And so Daniel said that she came out when they started yelling for Lily and Jack. That basically they, like I said, scooted out of that door, and that they were playing in the back, but they didn't know that, she said, until hindsight. Again, so unless that literally came out of Janie's mouth, but so now Malehya and Daniel are out in the back, and Daniel is basically saying that that according to Daniel's mom, as Daniel's running around the property and inside the house and whatever, that it's like Malehya had this look of worry, but not like a look of, oh my God, my kids are missing type of thing. And that she was playing with her phone, and that according to Daniel's mom, according to Daniel, regurgitated information, of course, that Malehya wasn't yelling for the kids, you know, and that she looked like she got her hand caught in a cookie jar lying about something. So what happened there? And then basically, according to Daniel, that the police were called, according to Malehya, at 9:40. But what happened to the 8 o'clock time that you hear on this dispatch audio, where they say that the kids haven't been seen since 8, right? So how long were they truly sleeping before they realized that the kids disappeared? Daniel, I think he said like it was like a 20 minutes at max or something like that. So what do you mean 20 minutes? If they've been gone 20 minutes, how the heck can you not find them in 20 minutes? Well, there would be one solution to that. It would be the fact that maybe they were abducted from their long driveway there. Now, the whole gist of this story is that the children never went outside unsupervised by Daniel or Malehya. I call bullshit on that. Absolutely, 100%. Malehya, in these texts with Belinda, you can clearly see that it's like normally, or about going into the woods, right? That Jack has a hard time in the woods, and they typically only play in the backyard. So this phone call goes out by Melinda, and Melinda says in her interview here, you'll hear it, where she says, it was just like my natural gut instinct. I was just worried, but basically a mother's worst nightmare. And my gut instinct was just to call. Well, according to Daniel, right, and we showed you most of that, is that Malehya says to Daniel, according to Daniel, do you think I should call the police? And Daniel basically says, drops an F-bomb or whatever. Basically says like, well, fuck yeah, type of thing. Yeah, call the police. And so, and the text underneath of it referenced that. So it wasn't rocket science anyway. But anyways, so, okay. So if Daniel's saying that, and Malehya saying it's her gut instinct, what mistruth is going on? Is that Malehya again acting like it was just my instinct to call the police? Because according to Daniel, she's out there pretty much picking her nose, not yelling the kid's name, and she's playing on her phone, like looking at something or doing something on her phone, right? Now, in saying that, I'd have to go back to because Belinda wouldn't have found out till after. So obviously that would have been, because although Belinda was talking with Malehya, I'd have to go back and literally see when that conversation actually all started. But anyways, so basically, like what? So it was natural gut instinct, or wasn't it? Because if she's asking you if she should call the police, maybe that's what she's considering. It's natural gut instinct. It could be that, guys. It just could be. Eric, it's because you're using your periods wrong. Okay. And so anyway, what Daniel says is, look, the police were called. No, actually, let me go back just a second there. At whatever time, Malehya immediately calls the police. Daniel says he immediately hopped in his truck and started looking for Lily and Jack. Okay. And then he was waiting for the police to come back. There's virtually no cell service out there. just so you know, FYI as well. And then basically what Daniel's saying is like, look, the police arrived here 12 minutes after the phone call. Malehya's mom arrived here 16 minutes pretty much after the phone call. So if she lives an hour and 16 minutes away, how the hell did she get here that fast? So that's where this big oddity is now with this case, right? Because what's going on here? Why is it that there was a briefing of a conference with the police, and then Malehya's mom says something to her, and within 5 minutes that Malehya leaves with her mom? So the plan was that, you know, Malehya and Daniel were going to give Meadow over to the cousin Logan, and Logan was going to take care of Meadow so that they could go search and whatever. Then the plan just simply changed. According to Daniel, the plan just changed. That Malehya couldn't look at him, and next thing you know, basically she's gone with her mother. And then the next thing you know, he's blocked on Facebook. I'm just telling you what we've been told by Daniel, by Malehya, in certain ways, and by text messages. Okay, so that's kind of the picture painted. Now, the search has been going on. They did typically CD. I'm sorry if I'm not looking at your things right now. They did a search in the woods for what, 5 days, you guys, and then they called it back. They did a press conference. They basically just came out and said, there's no signs to show that the children were abducted, right? So their efforts have all been in the woods. And then they said, and we're getting to the 2-week point almost, that if the children are in the woods, you know, they're not alive at this point. So they go back again recently and search the woods again because of these footprints, boot prints or whatever, found near the pipeline near the road. So they wanted to go back in and search. And kind of like in the Sebastian Rogers case, the same thing being said. Well, you know, if there's something that's valid for us to go search, we will go do so. Okay. And so again, it's kind of like Sebastian Rogers. It's like, you know, we're calling off the search, more calling it a criminal investigation, but, you know, there's no one been charged or anything in that. But obviously an Amber Alert was issued for Sebastian Rogers, and which means you're endangered or whatever, right? Kind of like those 3 girls, which they didn't offer an Amber Alert for. So it's who's lying and who's telling the truth, because if it could still be an abduction. The RCMP could be wrong, right? They could be wrong. But if they don't feel like it's an abduction, and they said that with all their people, like their major crimes unit is what it's called, if there's nothing to see, nothing to show that there's an abduction that's happened, and they've been searching the woods and can't find nothing. They don't find a diaper. They don't find a knapsack. They don't find any signs of Lily and Jack. You clearly saw in the messages Malehya saying that Jack, you know, could barely go into those woods really, right? And that's why they played in because he struggled or whatever the term that she used was. Okay, well, so regardless, how possibly far? Let's just take 8 o'clock as our baseline and omit the rest. Okay, let's use 8 o'clock. So if a phone call, if Malehya is accurate with her time, if 9:40 is true, that's an hour and 40 minutes for the kids to have gone somewhere. We're talking about a 6-year-old and 4-year-old. So that for them to literally find nothing at all is kind of, to me, eye-opening for sure. Because at first I thought these kids were going to be found and kumbaya, family put back together. That's not what happened. We're seeing oddities that are just crazy. So that's really the gist of it, is that at this point, you know, Belinda, the paternal grandmother, has been speaking to me, okay, through Messenger. Charmaine was speaking with Daniel up until Daniel kind of flipped out, but Daniel, Jack and Lily, first and foremost, not Malehya, okay? As parents, you will always put the children first. These aren't even your stepchildren, but they called you dad, you said. So you know the importance that you don't give a shit what anybody says, that you just go out there, do your thing. And if you're preaching the truth, then it will be shown that you're preaching the truth. And if you, the truth, right? That's what I got to say about this. right? If Malehya wants to make herself look bad and hide and do all that stuff, she has every right to. But don't say that it doesn't look suspicious or your interview isn't suspicious, because it is. It just simply is, right? But again, I'm not no behavioral panelist expert and stuff like that. All I know is that children are your number one priority. If you love them that much, then you don't give a freaking nothing care in the world about anyone slagging you off, right? And doing what's right. So for us to take down that video, then for your cousin Logan to come out and talk about some of that same shit that you said to Charmaine, and yet you freaked out over. So did you freak out over your cousin doing the same thing? You know, as you basically are talking about this monster of a mother-in-law that you have, and, you know, stuff like that. Now, bottom line is, right, so your cousin comes out with this. It corroborates some of the things that you said exactly to Charmaine. So where's the priorities here? Is it Jack and... How long was I muted for? Just a second? Was I muted for just a second, guys? Because I accidentally hit my microphone. And it's one of those touch microphones. Was I okay now? Anyways, so I can keep preaching this and preaching this at the end of the day. But it's about Jack and Lily. Belinda knows what it's about. So I respect her so much for understanding that sometimes you have to play stupid games, you know, in order to get stuff out there, in a sense. You got to put up with drama. You get people slagging you. But you know what? As long as we know that we're doing the right thing for Jack and Lily, that's all that matters. Anyone can try to bring us down. At the end of the day, it's not going to work, regardless. If you're telling the truth, then right? Then there's nothing to hide. So much appreciation to Belinda, you guys, and Daniel as well. Okay, dude, you did the wrong thing, but the video is back up now, because why hide it anymore? To be honest with you, if you want the truth for Jack and Lily, then that video stays up. Any information is good information. Preach it. Okay, I'll shut the hell up now. CD, I hope that gave you some insight. Here's Malehya. She only did one interview, CD. This is it. I'm just going to go back for a second. This is Sadie's channel.
Yeah, let's watch.
I haven't seen her yet at all. So this will be interesting. And sorry, guys, we haven't gotten to this on the channel, but I think it's more important, Sadie, that you do it, because you're local, you reach more people close. And yeah, and thank you for bringing me on.
Oh my gosh, thank you for being here. I told you this is like a dream come true. This is like...
Don't be silly. This is your family.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
I'm just staying as hopeful as possible. I want them home. I want to hold them. And I want them home. What happened was we woke up, I heard them playing in the next room beside us, and I was drifting in and out of sleep. And they're not the type of kids we tell them not to go outside on their own. We always make sure that we're out there with them, watching them. And they happen to just get out that sliding door, and we can't hear it when it opens. And they were outside playing, but we weren't aware of it at the time. And the next thing we knew, it was quiet. And we get up, and I tell him, my partner, Daniel, I tell him, do you hear the kids? And he says, no. And we get up instantly. We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere, yelling for them. And I instantly just call 911. I just had the instinct I needed to call. They're both really go-lucky children. They're so sweet. They talk to anyone. They'll talk your ear off. They will speak to anyone in a store. Everyone. They're just extremely sweet kids.
Yeah, you know, my first observations, just very first things. And remember, this is the first time I've seen her. Up talk, when she's talking about the kids. Down talk when she's talking about what other people have said to her. That's a baseline deviation, because if other people have said something and you're saying, they told me, why would you say the kids are good? They would go outside. The other question that comes to mind for me immediately, and this is without body language, if you know they go outside because you tell them not to, why don't you fix that problem? I would want to go see the door and say, how'd they get out? Because, you know, I block my own sliding door with some kind of apparatus so somebody can't open it. much less if children are in there so people can come in. Forget the children going out. Why wouldn't you have a lock of some kind so nobody can come in? So there's a ton of questions from a logic point of view. But that up talk, she appears to have grief in her brow, but she's also in the sun, which is tough. I mean, when a person's in the sun, they may do that. I do it a lot because I'm very pale skinned and blue eyed. So in the sun, I'm doing that all the time. So it's really tough to know, is the person squinting or showing grief? I don't see, there were a couple other things in there too. We played a fairly long clip. What about you, Sadie? Because you've watched it.
Okay, hold on a second. Okay, so CD, love you, bud. I would really love your take, CD. Like, you need to really come up here and do a live with us on this, because her interview is crazy weird. Now, does it make her guilty? No. Does it mean she's covering up for the negligence? Does it mean that they're both covering up for the negligence of truly that they were not being mindful of them? And how did she know they were playing outside? So the only thing that the only answer, because there's no cameras, right? The only one answer that I can think of possibly is the fact that if Janie was in her camper and then with the dog, but maybe she heard the children playing and didn't think much about it, right? Until Daniel came running out yelling the children's name, because Malehya wasn't. But so maybe Janie did hear the kids outside, that quiet sliding door. Heaven forbid, though, that, again, for all we know, that Malehya and Daniel were in a damn ass sleep, right? Okay, like literally dozed out. Is that so hard to believe? Absolutely not. It's not. They got a baby in the bed with them. They dozed off. I feel like they're definitely covering their tracks on that. They're not being truthful with how long they were sleeping, and that they were negligent. And that's why in Malehya's text that you guys saw at the start of this live stream is that she noted to Belinda under supervision, right? So isn't that an odd thing a little bit to say to somebody, like when you're talking, that like that the children, right, they're gone, they're missing, and I'd have to go back to it, but she literally says under supervision right at the start. That's odd, someone to use that. So in saying that, that's why it's like, for someone like CD, who is a retired police officer. Thank you, my buddy. I love listening to his opinions. Does it mean mine are right or his are right or no? But it gives insight from that perspective about a police officer. I'm not a police officer. I've never been one. So I have good friends like CD or Alexa, who's a criminal profiler. And that, like I said, the Delphi case, we all followed together. So that case, has always bonded us there. But yeah, so, me and Charmaine have been covering this. Me and Melissa have been covering Sebastian Rogers' case for the most part, somewhat with Charmaine there as well. But me and Melissa have been doing like the most coverage on Sebastian's case, Rogers. Anyways, so it's things like that. Like, does that make them guilty? Well, it would make them guilty, absolutely, of negligence. If they had nothing to do it, they would be guilty of negligence. That something happened to the children because they were not paying attention, right? And would have to be held, that you would think, accountable for that. But because they don't know what happened to Jack and Lily, how can they sit there and say that they were negligent in a sense, really, or charge them with that? They're just trying to find out what happened to Jack and Lily. And any charges that might come, right? Maybe none, maybe some will happen in time if this is deemed as negligence, because of them not, of course, having information about what happened to Jack and Lily. Could be in time. It might not be. Who knows? Not exactly sure how that exactly works for that. But obviously, it sounds like they're just very much trying to cover their asses about that part of it and giving a false timeline. Okay, so 1 second. I'll play more.
Well, I noticed that she doesn't start with the way that she starts the story is at the very beginning of the day, as opposed to when you come out of the room and you see that your children are gone. I feel like that would be the most important thing to highlight.
Yeah. I think that's a good call. Sometimes if it's been a while, then then it may take a while, and you may go back and answer questions because people have poked and prodded you. Like the guys I've interrogated, they almost start always back at the beginning of the story if you give them a chance.
Okay. This interview, for context, was the day after. So they left on the Friday, and this is on the Saturday.
Feels like a setup. Then. Yep.
Yes.
If they're saying, oh, early in the morning, we heard them, and then of course, remember Cleo Smith, the little girl? They said the same thing. Remember, they said we could hear her in the room next to us, and then we couldn't hear her. Mm-hmm. So sometimes people do feel guilty and will tell you more details. Mm. She's at least less, right out of the gate, as far as we've watched, she's at least less concerning for me than the guy, because that big word pattern disruption makes me want to, and look, it can be nothing.
Yeah.
But, he would get undivided attention if I were in the room with him over that statement.
Yeah.
What else did you see? Because again, the first time looking at it.
Yeah, and it was a long clip. I should have broken it to parts.
We can go back and watch pieces if you want. I got time for whatever you want to do. I thought I saw disgust in there one time too. But it can be sunlight as well. So there's reason I didn't mention it when I saw the little nose crinkle.
It's been raining and they're probably soaking wet. But with the sun today, I'm hopeful that they are feeling warm. We're all filled with pain and sorrow because we just want them found.
Look at her forehead now. When she says pain and sorrow, the horseshoe's gone. It was there earlier. Yeah, and in this case, I'm less suspicious of her saying wet because she's saying it's been raining. I get that. The other guy, though, that dive thing is just so out of place. I mean, where do they live? They live right on the ocean?
They live right in the middle of the woods, but there are lakes around. And I mean, it's Nova Scotia, so there's ocean,
an hour away.
An hour, if that.
I'm just wondering because some people use dive all the time because maybe that's his hobby or that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so I'm trying to give him the benefit of a doubt. But
that
choice of words, if you were doing a normal choice of words and you use it all the time, you would have said, there's no place to dive in. That's not what he does. He's Tell me what you've got, Sadie, because you probably
got. Okay. Now, what did shock me, so when I first started watching this yesterday, I watched pretty much the whole thing, like 85%, maybe 90. What did strike me was that when he said, he's bugging me more than she is. And I'm like, well, her whole interview is an absolute disaster. Like, he didn't say about the weirdness at all. And I know this is kind of like he hasn't been following this case a little bit, but it's kind of one of those things, right? I mean, she literally said about how the kids, normally don't. And then she, goes a different direction with that sentence. Same thing with, I told Daniel. The same thing about in hindsight, right? Same thing about it's a warm day. I don't understand myself. And this is where Sadie's like, I saw it kind of differently, really, to be honest. But I like the perspective, of, going back in a sense to Daniel and going, okay, let me go back and look at these cues of Daniel as well again, right? Not that I haven't looked at them, but maybe I'm buying into something somewhat more than what I should be a little bit, right? So it's just a matter of, again, sitting there looking at Daniel's actions and then looking at Malehya's actions. We could be totally wrong, right? Again, he's flipping the script here, but I'm amazed he's not picking up as much as he's done. And Val, I did want to ask you about something from before, and I'm not sure if you did mention it, but why would the Micmac, however you say it, why would they be upset with Lana? Because she's hosting the vigil, and she goes out of her way, to sit there and say, hey, you know what, we're hosting a vigil for Lily and Jack. Did you want to participate, or, just putting out an invitation to you? And then she gets her ass torn off, to the point that they have her bawling, so upset because they basically told her that she should have asked their permission before holding a vigil. And yet she's not from, you know, Micmac or anything like that. She was just a very nice lady that was putting a visual together, you know, with her Facebook group and whatever people of, you know, that area, and holding a nice visual. So explain to me, if you could, if you know the answer to this, Valerie, why would she need any permission of the Micmac? Because they weren't even part of their status until they disappeared, according to Daniel, right? And that left him feeling off-put, that all of a sudden, but Baby Meadow isn't, right, got status, but all of a sudden Jack and Lily get status. But why would Lana need their permission whatsoever to hold a vigil? I don't understand that, but maybe from your perspective, you might have an answer to that for me. What big letters here? Hi, Amy. I agree with you. When I watched analysis of the Sam, I felt he missed so much with Malehya. That's what I'm feeling at this point myself. You know, I'm like, wait a second. I mean, Malehya is saying such off things here, like totally off kilter things. So many other behavioral analysts have picked up on that, you know, as well. Dr. Grand and Dr. Todd Grand, you know, and so I just feel like it's strange. But in saying that, I like that it's strange, because again, so then I start going back to Daniel and going, let me revisit you again, right? Because it's not like this channel's going, well, we believe and utter every word that he says, right? If Daniel likes the truth, he found one of the most truthful channels out there that really, there's other ones too, don't get me wrong, but he found one of the most truthful channels that really just has the children at heart, Lily and Jack. And if he has something to say or whatever, you know, and wanted to put it out there, you know, with Lily and Jack, and maybe, you know, I don't know. Like I said, I just want it to be about Lily and Jack, but does that mean Daniel's innocent? Or is he lying perhaps, right? Again, if the truth is the truth, if he's telling the truth, he has nothing to hide, you know? But if he's making it about Malehya over the children, that bugs me. Because who cares about saving your ass relationship when, if she just left you and your cousin said that you were absolutely shocked and whatever, what is it that happened there? You know, that you can't see your kids and whatever. What part of the truth are you giving us? Half truth? You know, or just the pieces you want us to know about? If the truth is the truth, then just spit it out and say it, right? If you really care about Jack and Lily, obviously you're not going to say certain things, right, that are going to be harmful to the investigation. But don't make this seem like you're talking about yourself a lot, about all the things that you're doing, cutting Malehya down, right, and building yourself up type of thing, because that's what happens, right? People cut somebody else down as they build themselves up. And are you trying to make Malehya out to be the bad person, or is it genuine? Yeah, that's what I wanted. That's what I'm trying to figure out, you know? But don't sit there and think that, oh, this channel just fell in love with Daniel and stuff like that. Not dumbasses. But you're going to be respectful when you're talking about when you're talking with someone and about the information putting out there and stuff like that. What are you going to do? Go, hey, Dick, give me information. You know, I'm going to crap on you on the live, but hey, let me just go back to you and get some more information. No. He said he didn't want information about Malehya's mother, even though Logan had no problem talking about that. Like, you know, or there's certain things that we did edit out, like we did cover up, because it was more harsher in a sense of things that were said. But it was kind of like, so is the story kind of true? Like, was Malehya, and just like Logan said, so was Malehya saying that she wanted to have nothing to do with her mom? Is that true? Is it not true? Who knows, right? They do. These people know, but do they have anything to do with it? Anyway, I'll shut up.
I got a ton of stuff. You've been watching this, and
Oh yeah, I've been overwatching this. I feel like I've been getting too far into it. It's so
Hey, Eric.
interesting because to be honest, I had a lot of red flags with her, and I'm still on the fence with the stepfather. So there's one point where she stumbles over the word search effort, which I just stumbled over. So I guess that's not really saying much, but I
heard that.
Was wondering what you thought of that.
Yeah, I heard it, and I didn't assign anything to it because it's a weird, people don't use it every day. It's not like 7-Eleven or something like that, convenience store.
Yeah.
Most of us don't ever have a reason to have search effort. We don't. I mean, I'm a military guy, so different kind of mindset. But you would think that she would have a little, the lilting up is my problem. Search effort didn't. And let's go back and listen. I bet when she says search effort, she doesn't lilt up. Mm-hmm. She only does it when she's talking about the kids.
Yeah.
She's asking for approval when she's talking about the kids and not when she's talking about other things. Good call out though, because those kinds of things sometimes are the biggest red flag.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's so there's so much going on here that there's just so many questions regarding this case in general, where you just have no idea what's happening. So everything is,
here's the thing. When you lose a kid, things are, God forbid anybody deals with a kid getting kidnapped or lost or even, any of that. Mm-hmm. But your brain, there's no place in your brain for that. And when it first happens, you're scrambling for trying to understand. You don't have any, this is a frame of reference problem. And if it's day one, you can be scrambling for what the hell, how'd this happen? What did I do wrong? Right. Even if it is above board. Now add to that, when it isn't above board, a different story. So I think we have to give them a benefit of a doubt a lot of times. And you'll hear me say that, like sometimes people have no frame of reference. Sometimes there might be drugs involved, meaning they were sleeping because, and there's guilt associated. I don't know anything about these people, but if they drank a lot the night before and they slept through and their kids disappeared, that could be guilt. Yeah. So I try to look for all those reasons when I'm thinking about it. And so, I appreciate you doing it this way. Sadie, it's worth looking for. That lilt up is my first red flag.
Yeah.
I appreciate the huge search effort going on right now. But we've been pushing for an Amber Alert, which hasn't been issued.
They were really adamant that they were abducted and they weren't really looking into any other option.
That's different. Yeah. When a person comes up with, especially if you live in the woods, you live in the woods, if I live in the woods and my kids have access to a door, truly have access to a door and can go out and play. Yeah. Like I said, number one, I'm going to bolt that door shut because these are little babies,
Absolutely.
But number two, my first horror would be they're lost in the woods.
Yes.
I'm going to try to find them. I would look for footprints and look for all that. I mean, my brain goes to logical first. Mm-hmm. You didn't hear the door open. You didn't hear a kid scream like, oh my God, who's here?
Yes.
So why would you immediately go to abducted? Unless they're saying they wandered in the woods and got abducted.
Right.
And that would mean somebody's waiting for them because they're in the woods. So there's a lot of logic things when somebody immediately goes to they're abducted.
Yeah.
Because that disperses the search.
Exactly.
Quickly and takes people off of other things.
And the interesting thing too is that they keep throughout the multiple interviews, she only did one. She only did this one. And the stepfather did multiple. And it's always been said that they are very friendly. They'll talk to anybody. They'll talk your ear off. So it makes it seem like they're kind of setting it up so that they're, they were abducted, kind of like pushing the attention elsewhere.
Well, that's when a person immediately goes to abduction. Of course, that's a fear of all parents that their child's abducted if they're out. But that's more likely to happen if you're in a populated area.
For sure.
You live on acreage, especially if you have dogs and all that kind of thing. I don't know anything about their situation. Mm-hmm. When people go that way, when they insist they're abducted, then you're like, okay, how could that possibly be? We're in the woods. The McCanns immediately said she's abducted. Mm-hmm. Well, of course they did, because they're in a very tightly populated area and she's disappeared.
Right.
And they walked all around the place and looked. And, people will say that that's criminal, that, they did something. By the way, there's a brand new search going on right now in Portugal for the two places that guy who's the prime suspect occupied, looking for remains.
Wow.
So for the just to give you an example, this is 19 years later.
Holy.
So children can disappear into thin air, and it can be an abduction. So I understand why people would feel that way. But like you, that would be your first call if your kids were not where they were supposed to be, where you live. You'd be like, oh my God, they're in the woods.
Yeah. There's bears. Like there's
bears. Bears.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I would not jump to that. Yeah, it's very interesting that was, and it seems like that was a big point for them, just continuously trying to push Amber Alert, somebody abducted them.
So let's talk about something let's remember we talked about D and read. Most important thing is the D. Let's talk about how you would react. Not just you, but your neighbors. You live in the same province. You live in a very wooded area, not far from there.
Yeah.
And your immediate reaction would be, hey, where are my kids?
Yeah.
What else? What's abnormal from a cultural point of view that you're noticing that I wouldn't pick up on?
Right. I guess that I feel like there's just so much. Like, I think that's why I'm so drawn to this case, because there's so much to it that I'm finding so many things abnormal. It's not just like one thing, it's everything. Like, even like you said, the door, they say that the sliding door is quiet, and they snuck out of it. And
put a bell on the damn thing. I mean,
even looking, there's like a picture that was taken of it, and it does not look silent. It does not look like a quiet door that a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old could open easily. Right. And I mean, same thing. We have one of those doors in our bedrooms, and there's a 2x4 like blocking it, so it can't open. So I don't know. There's just,
well, it doesn't pass the sniff test for logic. Number one, we all are going, something's wrong.
Yeah.
Then when I hear that up talk, if we go back and listen to that up talk, we can figure out which part she up talked and which part she didn't, and say, is there a problem there?
Yeah.
Because I would say body language is what brought me to the YouTube channel, but
Okay, so again, just to show you CD as well. So this is the back of the home that we're talking about. That is the door. That is this silent sliding door, along with that silent wooden porch. So again, I just think that they're covering their butts for sure on the negligence part of it all. That part absolutely, like, for my personal opinion, rings truthful, that they are. I don't feel like they're being truthful about that at all. No, can't have me believe that that this 20-minute time frame and the 8 o'clock to 9:40 stuff like that, and then the store is so silent. I think, again, they're just trying to minimize their negligence about this whole situation. Should they absolutely have nothing to do with it whatsoever, right? That they're just definitely at minimum trying to minimize that. And that's hence why I think that Malehya used, again, the supervision to Belinda on there. Anyway, so I just wanted to show you. She made sure that the door doesn't make noise. Sliding door squeaking. You can also hear the pressure as it opens. Absolutely. And Daniel always said that the kids left the door open and he had to keep telling him to shut it, right? Again, weird though. Am I going to tell you that YouTube? I tell you that YouTube, that I sent the combo to the police. The next day, a CTV reporter tells a podcast that he's not doing any more interviews. Charmaine, do you have a stink eye on there? Right. Well, that's just it. Again, we don't know that full story there, right? But the school got called at 6:18, so they were already awake. So there is a discrepancy there in the times. Well, don't forget though, they were awake, lying in bed, obviously. They would probably say, sending off the message to the school. But they were awake at that time. Does that mean that they didn't fall asleep? You know, of course, because you know how, just picture yourself in bed. You got the baby in there. You're lying with your partner and stuff like that, right? Is it likely that they fell asleep again, like they said, and she was in and out? Absolutely. Maybe she was up all night, right? Maybe the baby, you got a child in the bed with you. So I just try to look at the whole, like I said, the whole thing of it all. Dude says, bedrooms are in the back of the trailer. The sliding doors in the living room, right? With the wood stove. Quite, I wouldn't, I don't know that I would say quite a distance away. Are you positively sure they didn't hear the slider open? We don't know if they heard it or not. They're saying that they didn't, but so again, it goes back to Janie. Did Janie hear the kids playing outside, and hence why Malehya is saying, in hindsight, is that the answer that we're searching for? But Janie came out of the camper or the fifth wheel when Daniel started yelling the kids' names, like Daniel says. That could make sense. That Janie did hear the kids outside, right? We don't know the answer to that either, though. But you still try to think logically, regardless. Like, is that possible? Absolutely. Can't take that off the table, that Malehya is telling the truth about the hindsight type of thing, and maybe her interview is just weird. And it's just more covering their ass about the negligence side. I don't know. I think more, I don't know. It's just a weird interview. Okay, hold on a second. Remove. Add. Back to this. I wonder if I should probably put these on here, I suppose. Wonder if I can get away with 1.25 playback speed. Wonder if I can get away with that. We'll see how it goes. Whoops. On there again. Thank you, Ben. Sadie's channel. If you guys haven't subbed to her, please consider going over there and subbing, giving her a shout out from the channel that you guys came from over here to help, be a subscriber of hers and care to listen to her, content that we're playing on here. And that's all we've ever asked, right? If you use the content, you should always give a shout out to the channel's content that you're using.
For those things, they scream at me when a person's doing all that up talk.
Wow. That's very interesting. I noticed that on I Want Them Home. She does an up talk. And it just really it seems so uncertain that she wants them home, which is weird. And then she does a shoulder shrug when she says I want them home again for the second time. She does a double shoulder shrug.
Yeah, and that can, if your hands are up, that can be helplessness. Look, I want them home. That can be helplessness. But if
so let's see. Yeah, let's see, because that's right at the start, and then we can watch the up talk, the tone as well at the same time.
As hopeful as possible. I want them home. I want to hold them. And I want them home. What happened was we woke up, I heard them playing in the next room beside us, and I was drifting in and out of sleep. And they're not the type of kids that we tell them not to go outside on their own. We always make sure that we're out there with them, watching them. And they happen to just get out that sliding door, and we can't hear it when it opens.
So here, you hear that and?
Yes.
Those are opportunities. It doesn't mean that the person's being deceptive.
Okay.
Anytime a person says and, that is a shortened version of and then after that.
Right.
And that's called time hiding.
Yes.
There's any time a person uses a contracted time, there's a problem. Mm-hmm. Because remember, I talk about occasionally micro interview. And a micro interview says, you said and, hold on, let's open that up. And then you listen. This is a beautiful way to catch a lot of liars. They're running along, they're going boom, 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 and then after that, everything else goes away. You pick the and then, and you open that up. You say, okay, let's narrow this down a little bit. You just keep doing that until you find the anomaly. And often body language comes with it, because that and then is the smoothest way to pass over omitted time. Mm-hmm. And omitted time, I always use the example. I went to write my ex-wife her alimony check and then went home. But you backed over. You just didn't mention it. That's the way people lie. It's the easiest way. If I can glide over something, again, not saying that's the case, but it's a good indicator. She's saying and that you need to clean it up and ask some questions. Might be your normal speech pattern.
I did actually notice that the and hiding time.
People do it to you every day, so you don't notice it's a problem. And then I went to, and after that, and what's interesting is like the forward and backward pass that you use. I didn't learn that in interrogation. I learned that actually running construction projects, because you forward and backward pass construction to make sure you're not missing anything. And, you know, I was teaching interrogation still at the time up at lettered agencies up in DC. And I said, look, forward backward pass is a powerful tool we use in project management. They can take a story apart because timelines are, nobody practices backward.
Right. Yeah. It's like doing the alphabet backwards.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. I always think it's unfair when they're trying to pull somebody, pull somebody over, they're trying to catch them for drunk driving. They say that the alphabet backwards.
Yeah.
I'm drunk, man. I'm drunk right now.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I don't know how to do that. And I'm sober. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Most of the things that I have, except, yeah, I guess we kind of went over they're so sweet. They talk to anyone.
Go play that little piece too, because that's where the lilting starts. Right after that, I think is where the lilting gets worse, right?
Yeah.
They're both really go-lucky children. They're so sweet. They talk to anyone. They'll talk your ear off. They will speak to anyone in a store. Everyone. They're just extremely sweet kids.
Not a whole lot. There's just opportunities for her to hide information that I would not leave alone.
Right.
And there's some logic gaps. Your culture, you know the culture. Look, most of the people who are going to watch you, you could have 1 million people watch this, and 20 would probably know the culture because you live in a very secluded area, very isolated area. And so you'll have more understanding. So talk about that in your analysis. Say, look, I live in this world.
Yeah.
This is not how things go.
No.
Where I live in the part of Georgia I live in, we recognize outsiders very quickly. We all do, because the world is very different here. So take it. Remember, I always said everybody's born able to do the same things unless they have a disability. And then we start assigning meaning to body language and culture's primary power in body language is to pair your ability to do things.
Right.
So, your little kid will come in the room using a middle finger and you'll go, stop.
Yeah.
Does it mean something?
Yeah.
At least it wouldn't mean the same thing.
Right.
Your little kid runs in and does that. It doesn't mean the same thing in UK.
Yeah.
So all those places we start assigning meaning to it. And there's a lot of cultural anomaly, number one, in a given region, but also in the kind of people who move to wilderness.
Right.
You and I share a love for no neighbors up close. And my neighbors, I can't see one.
Yeah.
I've got one that's about 300 yards from me. Good guy, good friend, a cop. We get along great. And then the neighbors drop off from there.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, one of the points that the stepfather made was that they wouldn't cross the street. So it's very strange because I have a 6-year-old, and it's very much like if she wanted to cross the street, she would probably cross the street if she felt like crossing, which she's not allowed to, but it doesn't mean they won't.
Sadie, this is a really weird one because the likelihood that this kid's just walked off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It really does not seem likely. And it's and the fact that they're pushing the abduction is even more concerning.
That's a big red flag. It is a big red flag. And look, some people would do that because they want the government involved in everything. But usually people who move out to the woods don't want a lot of government involved.
No.
I mean, the last place you want to call is the government and say, hey, do this.
Yep. Also, for more context, I didn't want to say this beforehand, but the mother left the property after that interview that she had with the media. So apparently the stepfather and the mother got in a big fight of some kind, and now she's gone. She's left the property. Interesting. Yes.
That could say something about a whole lot of things. Would you leave that alone for a minute?
Yeah. All right. So here's the stepfather.
I know they took their boots. That's pink boots for Lily, blue boots for Jack, with dinosaurs on them. Lily had her backpack with white, and it was white, with strawberries on it. I imagine now if they're in the woods, that it'd be probably brown, but I don't see them carrying their backpack. I don't see them keeping a pull-up one for that long after it got soaked from the very first day. We only found the 2 boot tracks outside of the house.
Whereabouts?
Ribside, that's probably 10 feet away from the backyard.
In the backyard, okay.
Nothing new, other than the helicopters are still in the air, and they had dogs. They took around the dogs today. And
I see one thing right off the bat. Why do you ask, Sadie? Why do you ask? They had their boots. You see that eye lock? Oh,
yeah.
Something's up with eye lock like that. Now, maybe he's just socially awkward because, they said their kids are on the spectrum. It's possible he's got something going on there. But that hard eye lock is not typical of people on the spectrum either. Most of the time, they're all over the place.
Right.
But that hard eye contact, we always suspect a person when they do it. Scott and I, oddly enough, I have this thing up behind me still from last week from the show we just did for Thursday. And in that was where we talk about romancer. Remember that hard eye contact. It's I want to make sure that you are paying attention to me, and I want to make sure of how things go.
Yeah.
Usually people are moving their eyes, especially in accessing. If we go back and look, and he's going, it was blue boots and pink boots, and then a white backpack with red somethings on it.
Huh.
That's hard to do. I mean, let me ask you this. What's your little girl wearing right now? Watch your eyes.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's so true.
You know, they took their boots. That's pink boots for Lily, blue boots for Jack, with dinosaurs on them.
See,
Lily had her backpack.
I would be suspicious of this guy on a grand scale, because that eye movement, he does downright. They took their boots. Remember, eye movement for me is a powerful thing. I'm the guy on the team who's always saying, boom, pay attention to it.
Yeah.
And, if you want me to give you a 5-minute session on what that looks like and how it works, happy to.
Yeah.
So I'm going to use you. I'm going to use you.
Okay. Oh no.
Tell me what you had for breakfast. Boom. See it? And tell me the last thing your daughter said to you before you started this podcast.
Oh my goodness.
Boom. There you go. You see what I mean? All we're after is getting a baseline. Your baseline is probably to the left, and I think you were trying to remember what you had for breakfast. You're probably trying to string stuff together, because I think your baseline is left. So if I ask you a question, if you were to walk out, and if I'm right, we'll play it by ear, because I have never baselined you. I don't do it to people I care about. But if I ask you this question, I'm right, your eyes are going to go up left. You let them do what they do. If you walk out your back door, which direction do you have to look to see the woodpile? There you go. That's what I'm after. You see now, and then here's the second question. If you walk to the woodpile and look to your right, what do you see? Now you're not sure.
No, I'm not sure.
Right?
No.
Yeah. So good. That's good. I think you're still a left baseliner. Anyway, so if I ask you, well, you got a favorite song?
Yeah. I can't think of it right now.
Okay. Well, favorite poetry, favorite any words that you like.
I've been listening.
What's on your arm?
Oh, every day in every way, I'm getting better and better.
So that you remember that. You don't have to.
I don't have to look.
So what's cool about eye movement is what we do is we ask for a baseline. And the baseline's pretty simple. I'm going to ask you questions that force you to use your visual cortex.
Right.
And there's lots of reasons people think this works. Some people think it don't. This is Bandler. This is Richard Bandler. I talked to him a while ago, by the way. I've asked him to do an interview, and I'll put that on a YouTube channel, even though I'm not doing a lot with my YouTube channel. But it uses your visual cortex, and so your eyes are going high in your head, meaning above your brow ridge, looking up. And you just did that, either right or left. And we ask a question that we want the person to answer, so we can figure out where they go, left or right. That's visual, up above the brow ridge.
Right.
Sound is usually between the brow ridge and the cheekbone, either left or right. And we ask a question for memory, like your favorite song, like your favorite sentence, whatever it is. So the person goes and looks left or right for their baseline, and then we know they're left or right. And then down to the right is emotion, down to the left is internal voice. We see him go to emotion when he's talking about what they were wearing. Don't know why. I want to poke and prod and try to figure out, understand it a little bit. If I were poking and prodding and asking questions, I would try to baseline him pretty quickly. But he's not really even accessing after the emotional part. He's just looking at you and saying, and they were red and blue, and because he knows what they were wearing. Likely, he's not having to remember. If you almost every one of these people, the McCanns, anybody else, when you ask them what their kid was wearing, they have to remember.
Right.
That's why you usually know they're not. This is an odd one. This is another red flag.
I urge the public to come out if you have anything, come out as fast as possible and get it to any detachment or any police service that you have available to get to talk to. And Jack just absolutely loves bugs, dinosaurs, anything like that. Lily loves girly things, but she also loves.
Okay, we have to stop that there. Okay, let's watch that part again. That part kind of cracked me up when he started laughing like that. Let's see here.
I urge the public to come out if you have anything, come out as fast as possible and get it to any detachment or any police service that you have available to get to talk to. And Jack just absolutely loves bugs, dinosaurs, anything like that. Lily loves girly things, but she also loves doing everything with Jack, bugs. They're like best friends.
This kid's on my radar.
He said loved in past tense there.
But even better.
Yes.
There's no emotion, no tears, no anything else. There's some contempt.
Yeah.
Or disgust. I can't tell which. You'd have to go back and watch it. But early in, he's going to go to whatever police.
Any detachment or any police service that you have available.
Yeah.
He exposes his teeth. Either he's in contempt or, it's an exposing of canines, one or the other.
Yeah.
I'm not sure which. But if you go back, you can freeze it and find it.
Yes.
There's a whole lot of mismatched signaling coming from this guy.
Wow.
Looking you dead in the eyes when he's trying to access, and then the fake cry. And
yes.
Just a whole lot. And then, loved. Yeah.
Yes. I noticed as
Beautiful
soon as
catch.
he broke away, he immediately checked to see if his story was being bought. He was like,
confirming glance.
Yeah.
It was almost like Phantom of the Opera or something.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that I had to show you because that's just it's
Well,
something.
He's red flag boy for sure.
Yeah.
And now remember, let's talk about dynamics of relationship.
Right.
It's entirely possible that something happened that she was not part of,
right,
and that she was suspicious of, but party to and guilty feelings for. And it's entirely possible they just feel guilty from the people being gone. But this guy has a ton of red flags.
Yeah.
My taste, and yours too.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
You probably got a ton more.
The big thing is that a lot of his stories are just very repetitive. He and this is not in this video specifically, but like in many of his videos.
Just quickly, CD on that one. CD, when you were watching that, if you were watching it and paying attention, when Daniel cried there, and there was no tears, clearly, and then he looks to the camera, again, however people want to read into it or not. What was your take on that, CD? Do you need me to play it again? Just curious what you thought about that, CD, yourself. I mean, it's these things I'm going back to look at myself and go, okay, again, is it an act? Is it not an act? You know, like I said, a lot of people find Daniel hard to read, and I agree. I flip-flop because I know that men don't cry like women do, and that they try not to show that. But what would your perspective? I'll play it again one more time.
Teeth, either he's in contempt or, it's an exposing of canines, one or the other.
Yeah.
I'm not sure which. But if you go back, you can freeze it and find it.
Yes.
There's a whole lot of mismatched signaling coming from this guy. Looking you dead in the eyes when he's trying to access, and then the fake cry, and
yes,
just a whole lot. And then loved. Yeah.
Yes. I noticed as
Beautiful
soon as
catch.
he broke away, he immediately checked to see if his story was being bought. He was like,
confirming glance.
Yeah.
It was almost like Phantom of the Opera or something.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that I had to show you because that's just it's something.
He's red flag boy for sure.
Yeah.
And now,
for me as a female, typically when I've seen men, a lot of times myself, I mean, I'm looking at what Daniel's doing there, but I'm not convinced that it's fake because his eyes are watery. Men typically don't like to be seen crying. I see this all the time, that they're always trying to hold back their emotions because women, we bawl like little bitches and babies, yeah? No problem, pretty much, unless you're a sociopath or something like that. But men, they try to hide it more so. They don't like coming across like they're weak. So I get that he's looking up, but his eyes do have water in them. When it comes to Daniel, I still need, like, Malehya's more interesting to me about her actions versus Daniel's, but yet I'm not fooled by not thinking that we could be being fooled in a sense. It could be an act, But I think that there's more with him, that because we've seen so many interviews with him now, like I said, he'd have to be one of the biggest darn lying con artists, manipulator, and just has a knack to bullshit and pass a polygraph and stuff like that. And I say he passes a polygraph on my own opinion, just because, again, he'd be... CD, let me ask you something. Actually, CD, let me ask you something. Daniel had asked for a polygraph test. He'd asked for a drug test. He says he handed over his phones to the police, no problem. Now, he said, Daniel, in an interview, he wasn't sure if he was allowed to say the outcome of the polygraph test, CD, but he said, I'll just say that it was favorable, is basically what he said. Now, to the newspaper, it said that he passed the polygraph and that now people can stop pointing fingers at him. But I do think Daniel is delusional if he thinks that because he took a polygraph, the whole world knows it's not him. Dang it. There's a tag on your back as much as there is Malehya's, dude. So I wouldn't go as far as to say that. But I'm curious with CD is that, do you think that Daniel would basically let everyone know that his polygraph was favorable, knowing that that's literally, you're putting that on the news out to everyone? You think an idiot would do that, knowing full well he is considered suspicious like any of them? Could be no deception. Anyway.
Remember, let's talk about dynamics of relationship.
Right.
It's entirely possible that something happened that she was not part of.
Right.
And that she was suspicious of but party to and guilty feelings for. And it's entirely possible they just feel guilty from the people being gone. But this guy has a ton of red flags.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Yours too.
Yeah, absolutely.
It doesn't stay
Yeah.
like
You probably got a
that.
ton more.
The big thing is that a lot of his stories are just very repetitive. He and this is not in this video specifically, but like in many of his videos, he repeats himself word for word. He goes like the story that he tells is exactly the same. It doesn't change at all. And it's like there's no you can tell that he's retelling a story that he's thought of as opposed to reliving a memory, because I mean obviously when you go back to a memory it changes every time you go back to it.
It's normal when you get much older, you've lived through something for a long time. Like if I tell you a story about the Middle East, it's not going to be identical, but it's going to be damn close, because
of course.
I remember the parts that matter that people want to know and that kind of thing. And because it becomes rote, and neural pathways, as you know, 2,000 passes, it's there. And so a lot of the time what will happen is your story will stay really tight as you get older, because you've dressed it a few times for people's consumption.
Yeah.
But not early.
No.
It's my most stressful moments in my life, early, I would have a hard time putting the story together exactly the same way every time, because you're thinking, why did that happen? Why did that happen? Why did that happen?
Yeah.
And then you're trying to figure, think of the most stressful thing that's ever happened to you in your life. And if it's 10 years later, okay, you repeat the story pretty much the same way.
Yeah.
But when you're trying to sort it out, my opinion, one of the hardest things for human brains to do is to store information you have no box for.
Right.
I think my opinion, this is just my opinion, I think what most people call PTSD is there's no place in their mechanism, in their schema, in their database to plug something in.
Yeah.
And so it never gets settled. It just rolls around in their head the rest of their life.
Wow.
I mean, I'll give you the first Gulf War. I went there. I was working at SEER school. I was doing violent physical things every day of my life. And when I went to war, it was war. I expected people to get killed and hurt. And it bothered me, of course, but there were places for that to go in my head.
Wow.
On the other hand, guys who had never thought of any of that kind of stuff, we're not dealing with violent world or any of that kind of stuff, it was a lot harder for them. And they had no concept of Middle Eastern politics and how people treat each other and all of that kind of thing. So it was tougher for those guys than it was for those of us who had spent our time studying that part of the world.
Right.
And I think a lot of soldiers are not ready for the things they see. There's no mailbox to put them in, and therapy can help land it somewhere. That's what I think therapy does best, is help you sort. So if you don't have a place to put stuff in your head, it's going to be there rolling around. And it is the reason I ramble that long about what I'm talking about is because your brain is trying to normalize that stuff. It doesn't immediately go to, this is the story.
Yeah.
We don't talk that way. We don't say, oh, they went outside, they had on these shoes, they walked 20 yards, they disappeared. That doesn't set well with an adult. That two children could vanish that easily.
Yeah, definitely not. It's not accurate, especially for a 6 and a 4-year-old. They just wouldn't, you wouldn't see that happen. And I don't know, it's just everything about this is.
That's adult. I agree with you 100%. That's an adult way of thinking. I've had enough of your, excuse my language, I had enough of your shit. I'm going to put my backpack on and leave.
Yeah.
What 6-year-old does that?
Yeah.
Unless they've seen it from adults.
Yeah.
Then they may emulate that behavior.
Interesting.
So, yeah. There's actually there's stuff here that makes it interesting.
Yeah, it is. This just made me think. My son today put on a backpack and he's 9 and he walked down the street with his backpack on. And he's leaving home, and so it just made me think of that. But he certainly didn't make it. Well, he just went down the street and came right back because he knows that he knows.
They're bears.
Yes. I feel like the 6-year-old and this 4-year-old were, I mean, if they had wandered off, they should have known better. They should have been taught better. If they're living in the middle of the woods, you should know what is at stake in the middle of the woods. So that's another big thing where yeah, it just doesn't sit right. It seems very off.
Well, and for me, the pile of red flags is on him. And she's got some wilting, she's got some hiding time words, but nothing that screams, except for that forehead going away to concerned and losing the grief muscle when she starts to talk about grieving things closer to the end. That's the only thing. And there's some red flags in there for sure, we talked about, but not like, there's a lot of screaming stuff with this guy. Maybe it's because he's neurodivergent or something, but it's interesting.
You said they're flying in someone to do a polygraph test. Is that on you?
That's not just on me, but on everyone. That's what I asked for. I asked for that so early on, and there's not many places that do it in Canada, so they're flying somebody in.
Why do you think you need to do that? Do you think they don't believe you?
I think their side of the family doesn't believe me, and I just want to clear it up for everyone. Clear it up for everyone, not just the people online making crazy accusations and everything else.
Why a whole lot of downright there, if you notice, a whole lot of downright, but that could be because of the accusations. That could be because of a lot of other things. There's a whole lot of grief muscle here that we didn't see as much before.
Yeah.
Around the lie detector. That maybe he'll get Jim Smith.
I hope so. Oh my goodness. Well, I thought it was interesting because him pointing out the crazy accusations online really just is like it's making it about him and not about the kids. I thought that was interesting. What did you think of that?
Well, I will say they're not his kids. They're somebody else's kids. They're stepchildren, and some people can't deal well with that. Yeah, my son was my stepson, and I loved him more than anything in the world. Never ever thought I would have kids. And then when we were, because I was 40 when I settled down, so for me it was one of the best parts of my life. Some people don't feel that way about their spouse's children, so they don't have the connection. And how long they've been together?
2 years, I think, 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, a lot of times, if this guy doesn't have a real connection with those children, the grief around him will be more powerful than the grief around the children about all the accusations and that stuff. So I try to listen to, I try to advocate and give everybody an opportunity and say what's possibly happening. Yeah. That still doesn't mean that I trust this guy.
No.
So just because he's showing more grief around being polygraphed and accusations, not surprised.
Yeah.
And how old are they? 30-ish, somewhere in there?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
It's a really interesting study I read years ago. I'll have to find and quote it, but they show babies to men and women. All women's pupils dilate when they see babies. All young men's pupils are dependent whether they dilate or not. If they are pair bonded with a woman in there, and I don't know, they've tried this with gay men or any of that, but when they're pair bonded with a woman, their pupils dilate when they see babies. So there's something about relationship that changes things too. And young men typically are like, I grew up in a world where everybody was, I said this to somebody yesterday, I grew up in a world where everybody was fit, young, and had a long life ahead of them except for combat. So most of my friends were between 25 and 35. The old guys were getting ready to retire by 38 and 40, right in there. So we had an artificial sense of what's normal. And young men typically don't think about things the same way young women do. You're better at paying attention to a lot theythat young men don't. Even military guys. We are focused on different kinds of things. And your brains notice details on a level that ours just simply don't. They're looking for different things. They're paying attention to the connection between things. And, people will get somebody watching this.
Okay. And that's just a lot of truth right there, to be honest with you. If you guys have never ever watched something on YouTube, it's called The Tale of Two Brains. And men and women were just built and think differently. Maybe besides gay men, they may think on a same level as females, and stuff like that. But in general, honestly, women are wired so much differently. And women, this shit, than men, Men think in a box. They don't think like outside of the box. Like I said, if you ever watch this, do yourself a favor. It's pretty comical. It's a preacher that's talking about the tale of two brains of women and men and how we think and how they think. And it's quite different. And hence why, to me, with Daniel, right? Again, most men don't like to show that they're weak and cry and stuff like that, but yet I can see his eyes well up. I can see Malehya's eyes well up. There's no tears coming down, but I do see that. But anyways, it's called The Tale of Two Brains. And women, our heads are wired like, we'll remember this and that, and we'll pull it back to you from 5 years ago. We'll remember every damn detail of every hurt and pain that you caused us and what you did, how you did it, when you did it, etc. We do. Men are like, what the hell are you bringing that shit up from 5 years ago for? Like, I don't even remember that, right? We think totally two different ways. So it's always good to hear a guy's perspective from the guy side of things for, how guys think and whatever, and how females think. So I'm telling you, Check it out, The Tale of Two Brains. It's comical, makes you laugh, but it's so true. I remember watching that, and I loved watching it. It was on YouTube. Anyways, thank you guys for all your comments. This is almost getting done, to be honest
We'll
with
be
you.
upset because I say
So
your
we'll
brains are
ride it
designed
out
for
still.
nurture and ours are not. They're just not. We can learn. Don't get me wrong. We can learn. But your brain constantly pays attention to things and looks at it 50 times. My brain goes, I got a plan and we're going to get it done.
Yeah.
It's the way our brains are wired. Now, that doesn't mean that either one of us is going to be better than the other in a skill set because of that. But it means that her story is going to be more, and his is going to be a big sweeping, moving thing with big blocks. And that's what we're seeing. It's about the family. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Where she's talking about the kids and about what happened and what could be going on and the search. He's going, they're gone. They took their backpack and left. You know, he's telling big stories that he came to tell.
Yeah.
And then he's also in this piece doing something that's all about how people feel about him.
Yeah.
How people, and it's not just me, it's everybody. I'm going to have everybody. You know,
Yeah.
if Mark were here, Mark would say, everybody in Nova Scotia is getting autographed. So Mark reads into those big disclaimers. It's like, no, they can't disclaim, they can't polygraph everybody. I might be there. What are they going to polygraph me? So he's talking in big sweeping terms that he's trying to fix the problem, all this kind of stuff. That again makes you go, why do you want everybody polygraphed? Who was at your house? That might be who I would start with. Who was there yesterday, the day before?
Yeah, that's a really good point. And I think, again, I feel like a lot of what these people do is they really just try to redirect the attention off of them. That's kind of the impression that I'm getting.
No, I agree with you here. When he does that broadening of the possible, this is, as Chase would, what does he always say? Something about introducing vagueness or introducing ambiguity.
Yeah.
So, I interrogated prisoners for 20 years. Prisoners try to avoid answering questions.
Right.
It's what they do best because they got all the time in the world on their hands. This feels a lot like, everybody. Now we're getting to big terms. We're getting to big things where everybody's possibly a suspect.
Yeah.
Because if everybody's a suspect, then I'm less likely to be the guy. So
Right.
you see it. I agree with you there.
Hmm.
Good call.
Thank you.
You mentioned last time we chatted that you'd offered to do a polygraph test.
That is correct.
Has that already happened?
That has happened.
Yeah.
And did you get results from that yet?
I do have results, and I don't know if I can share those results, but they were good in my favor. We'll say that. Trust the RCMP word, and I mean, you don't have to trust my word, but I'm the only one doing media for Jack and Lily, trying to keep the story alive and get them found.
Two things right off. And remember, this is the first time I've watched this.
Yeah.
Moral high ground and rising up on his feet and leaning in. So people will say rising on your feet is a gravity-defying act. It's also an adapter.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, energy's got to go somewhere. And he's taking moral high ground. Look, it's me. I'm the only person. Did you see any illustrators?
Mm-mm.
Something missing.
Wow.
What do you have? Because you watched this before. You probably have a whole lot of stuff to.
Well, I didn't know. I'm so torn on this because I was just thinking of like the implications of if he was not telling the truth there versus, I mean, but it's also just like a very vague answer that he's given. He doesn't straight up say yes or no.
I don't think this guy might be quite capable of giving good direct. Because communication styles come and go with people, and this is the reason I'm always funny about using tense, because people change tenses casually, not like loved. That's a different story.
Yeah.
But people change tenses casually. I'm from South Georgia, and people there talk in multiple tenses in the same sentence sometimes.
Right.
It's just like, and it has to do with education, with colloquial speech patterns. I mean, you live in the woods, some of your neighbors have great speech patterns.
Yeah.
You can't understand them. It's just the nature of the people. So I'm careful with all of that. The movement, and look, this is the cool part of what we do. If I were going back and analyzing these guys, I'd go back through with a fine tooth comb. But what we can say, and what I always said as an interrogator, is, you just got my attention. Now I'll dig in. I may say you didn't do anything wrong when I'm done, but this guy would really not like the level of attention I would give him because of a handful of things. And if he thinks people think he's done something wrong, ding, 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 red flag, red flag, red flag. It doesn't mean you did anything, but it does mean you've given us reason to be suspicious. And that's enough, because they're babies. These are children. You shouldn't be angry when people are trying to help you. You should be angry if they're accusing you. And that we expect that. We should expect the guy to be a little more agitated if he's being accused of killing his stepchildren or doing something to disappear his stepchildren. You would think he'd be pretty adamant and pretty angry.
Yeah.
So I see energy movement. I see all that. I don't see a lot of, I didn't do anything. I don't see a lot of illustrators. I don't see a lot of denial or emphatic behavior, chin thrusts, and those kinds of things, defiance.
Yeah.
We also don't know anything about him. Has he been in jail? Has he been, So there's a ton of stuff to learn.
Yeah, there's a lot of unknowns.
Really good videos, Sadie.
Thank you. Thank you so much for watching them with me and your brilliant commentary. It's just been.
I don't know about that. It's just what I noticed. It's just.
Oh, I love it. It's so great.
Well, this is so my process when I pick videos is all I do is I go through and I go, okay, that looks. I'm watching it at double speed a lot of times. I go, I see body language. I can tell you something's going on here. I won't even try to analyze it altogether. First pass, I just go boom. It's double speed. I clip because there's a message, there's a story they're trying to tell or hide.
Yeah.
And I put that in a box. You've seen my program files. Sometimes those are 47 clips that have been cut to 6.
Oh my gosh.
And I pick the top 6
or
in terms of what's
likes.
content and how stressful it is. And then I don't really pay attention. I don't ever go back and look until the day before we're doing the show. And then I turn it on and I watch and I make notes. And that kind of thing. So seeing something the first time is always interesting because you get this is hip shooting for you. I mean, this is what I do, hip shoot.
I love it. Oh, that's amazing.
Okay, so that's over now. So again, a shout out to Sadie's channel. You guys, again, if you go over there, please hit subscribe. And then also, if you don't mind, if you're on watching this video here, just let them know that you came from the It's a Crime and Shame channel over there. Just to know that we're putting out a lot of, regardless, it doesn't matter what anyone thinks per se. It's what we each think. Either you take it with a grain of salt, what they're saying, but to me, it's always interesting to look at all perspectives. And then again, look at things that I might not have thought to look at. So I kind of like this because this was gearing more towards that he's not necessarily, even though he hasn't watched a lot of stuff, but still, it's not like he's an inexperienced, young grasshopper that can't watch something and kind of get the gist of somebody's analyzing their movements that they do or don't do and stuff like that, So I do take it, like I said, with the appreciation of them analyzing regardless, because it just gives me food for thought, regardless if he's perfectly wrong, or he could be perfectly right, but we don't know until, of course, answers come out for Jack and Lily. So again, so I want to just, of course, before we head out here, okay, guys. So I do want to say thanks again to all of you guys. I think we're at 446 likes. If we could leave here with 450 for anyone that hasn't hit the like for Lily and Jack, that would be amazing. I want to say thank you so much to Belinda. My mouth is I want to say good. Thank you so much to Belinda. Sorry, and Daniel. To be honest with you both, right? Because it was their information that has given us more insight. The conversation. I just respect Belinda again so much for fighting for the fight for her grandbabies, because she is the paternal grandmother. She loves her grandbabies. She had other grandbabies at her house last weekend, but it's just she's here, and I always want her to know that we're just trust me on what I'm doing. So, when these other channels sometimes put you down and call you like an idiot and no. I do everything for a reason, okay? And I know, so that's why I'm telling Belinda, even though she knows she's good with it. So I appreciate that. But I'm just saying, expect this. This is why I'm doing this, okay? So just know that there's a reason behind it. And it's about Jack and Lily. That's all it's about. 1,000 billion trillion %. It's all it's about is Jack and Lily. Just like any other case. It will always be about the victims first and foremost. That's why, Daniel, again, if you're telling your truth and your truth is the truth, then you have no problem bringing forward and talking to the public, even if it's repeating yourself over and over again or dropping that little leakage that you like to do. Again, don't make it about Malehya. Malehya can take care of Malehya. She doesn't need your guidance on this. This is about Jack and Lily, right? And the answers for that. So if your timeline's not truthful, then tell your timeline. Maybe his timeline he's told, maybe I just don't believe in their timeline. It doesn't sound authentic. I think that they're covering their butts. I could be wrong, but it very much seems like that, perhaps. But anyway, I believe he's very guilty. Like I said, at the end of the day, I'm just here to cover the case, right? For Jack and Lily. That's all I care about. Do I care to talk about things? Speculate? Absolutely. But I'm not taking anyone's side in a sense. I'm not, like I said, believing in Daniel. I'm not believing in Malehya. I'm not believing in anybody. The only person, like I said, that I care about for any of this is Belinda. Doing right by Belinda, doing right by the cases always, okay? So that I do appreciate. I appreciate you guys. If it wasn't for you guys to always put it out there and share, right? And again, with the information from the channel, please be kind. You don't need to diss us in order to do your channel and talk about this case. That's what made me upset about it. I'm not going to get into any of that, but I'm saying that's what made me upset about it. It's when you just in your heart of hearts know that you're doing the right thing, and then other channels are slagging you and stuff like that. Again, take the content, whatever, but just be kind and remember it's about Jack and Lily, and if you don't do that, then it is what it is. It's still getting attention, My wife didn't tell me I got to get back to analysis of crime. She's tired of reading comments of where is CD. I know I need to have you up here, buddy. I think that all these people that are viewing that are subscribers, because again, I'm thankful that I actually put it to subscribers for 24 hours because I truly just wanted the people, even if you're one of those people that sit in the background and you despise this channel, but you just want information, that's okay, right? Again, I wanted this live to be for the subscribers that actually to have subscribed regardless, and that there wasn't all these other people coming in to disrupt this live at all. I wanted it to be specifically for you guys, for Belinda, for Jack and Lily, that's what I wanted from this. Okay. So yeah, good call. Yeah. You know what? Again, it's not about greed, but I do want to say, Miss Dog Lover, she's been a member for 33 months. I thought you were at 35, Miss Dog Lover. Where was I wrong? New member to Mary Hillgrove. Turtle Gang gave us a $5 super chat. It's a crowning shame, you selfish channel, you. Gave out 5 memberships. CD got one of them. I seen there was a couple people that I saw that got those, but well, I seen all of them, but definitely the names that are in here that I remember. So again, it stops you from having slow mode on. When we have slow mode, it allows you to use Jack and Lily emoticons or whatever other emoticons you have. And it's just nice to give those because Charmaine has gifted a lot of memberships to this channel over the course of the last year, especially. And again, it just it's like paying it forward, right? So the reason why I do like it when people gift memberships is because, yes, it's helping to support the channel. Absolutely. And then but on top of that, it's paying it forward. So by gifting memberships, it means then somebody else gets, it's like a twofold, right? Kind of like 2 birds with 1 stone type of idea. So I appreciate that. Ginger, I appreciate the $5 coffee on the coffee app for the taco. And then there was Kimber, which is Dogs Karma Dogs, that made the video for Jack and Lily, the tribute video there. We'll see when this live ends if it gets a copyright claim again. If it does, either I'll just simply remove the song for it and replace it, or just leave it to play out on there. So studio would be really awesome if we could talk about a time that you could come up here. I'm sure there's a lot of people here that would like to have some questions for you, from a retired police point of view and different things on cases, regardless. Anyways, thank you, Ben. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, all mods. Thank you, everybody. Simple as that. Thank you, everybody. Jack and Lily. Hold on. Did we get 450 likes? Yes, we're exactly at 450. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, because that's all you guys. Well, 1 like might be mine, seriously, but whatever. But thank you guys for that. I just want to make sure that I'm remembering it right. Thank you, Charmaine, for joining up here. Again, thank you for Sadie for your coverage that we're playing here on that. Hopefully it brings, like I said, more subscribers to your channel, and you'll come along just fine once you probably get through those new YouTube things. I mean, she smiled pretty much the whole time, like she was in a candy store with that. What else? And Belinda, I said Belinda's. Okay. Anyways, is that what it is now? I appreciate that because it's you guys. You guys are the one that made that happen. I might do the live, I might show stuff, but you guys are the ones that carried out about the case and the algorithm. So bless you guys for that. Appreciate 454. Yep. So with that being said, Ben, it was a pleasure to see you. Haven't seen you in a bit here. And you guys, I'm not going to see you guys tomorrow because I'm going to go visit my twin sister. She just lives down the street from me here. But I'm gonna go visit my twin, and then because I told John, you better not bail on me, John. John, if you're watching this, you better not bail on me for Saturday because I'm literally switching days. I was gonna go visit my sister on Saturday, but now I'm gonna go visit her tomorrow instead. All right. So again, biggest prayers. Bye, guys. And ready for it? Ready for it? Gotta find the outro. Here it comes. Have a great night.